everyone look at John Luke. There we go. There he is. You hear that?
Zach, what are you doing?
No! 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 I don't believe it.
It's been 6 years.
It's been 40 years.
It's been...
We've had so many last sessions, though.
Oh my god, what is that? Does anyone else hear that scratching? John, do you hear that?
Yeah.
That like popping?
Yeah.
Oh.
Zach, you nutty boy. I like this background. It's a nice background for the end of D&D. Is this a crocodile merchant that I see?
What? Browser? Oh, whoops, that makes sense. Hmm? I would like shots, yes.
Okay.
Which one of these turns on when I press this button? That one. There we are. There we go. Cool. What is he doing, or how is he doing? Ah, okay. Doing well. How are you doing?
Sure.
There we go. I want to roll for my armor class. Okay, sweet.
Are you?
Is that absent, John?
Easy.
Streaming tools, my overlays. Here, it should be this one. Here comes the boy.
Oh. He is in his kitchen right now. That's
Literally chefing up some D&D.
that's wild. Because I am the resistance.
Cheers. There you go, that's the spirit. I don't know why it's not letting me... Oh, because I don't have Discord open. Somehow. General. There we go. Hey, John Luke's here. Will not show non-video participants.
Wow.
Wow.
Creative. Creative boy.
Survive, adapt, overcome.
It is, it's a porn star shot. You live long enough to see yourself become the villain.
You either die a hero, or you live long enough to see OnlyFans ban pornographic content.
John Luke's just gonna pour energy drink in his shot glass. Cheers, guys.
Cheers. Hey there. Looking neat. Looking fresh.
That's the opposite of neat. Okay. Just see it if you're paying attention. Insight check. That's not what that means. Oh, man.
Did you know perfect actually means equal parts sweet and dry vermouth? Oh, that's really interesting. Nerd!
I've only made 2 perfect Manhattans before in my life. Let's do it.
I just want to zoom in here on our boys. Look at them. They've come so far, only to finish their journey so far from their goal.
Oh, wait, hold on. Why won't it? There we go. Yeah, that's the whole... That's the
Big
whole
lady.
thing. Suddenly, the whole party
Big
has
girl.
been shrunk.
Big bad girl.
Or the entire world has been enlarged. Jury's still out on that one.
It's just a heavily enlarged baby.
Yeah,
Oh.
the moral at the end is that size doesn't matter. That's... Yeah, we went from being the right people to the tight people, because now we can go through tight spaces. Did I make a human mini for Reed? Because he mentioned that he doesn't want to appear like a tiefling all the time anymore. What do you mean? Where did we leave off? It's a fair question.
Do you?
The last thing we did is we all rolled for the deck of many things. Each of us, all.
Yeah. Then there
four
was
of
this
us.
art heist. You guys remember
And-
that? What?
That's
No.
why, yeah. That's why we're all starting from scratch. I'm gonna need everyone to roll 4d6s. Why?
That's right. That
Why
sounds
is this
familiar.
not working?
Yeah.
Hold on.
Group. Goldberg.
Settings, audio. I'm glad I'm catching this now. Do I have to set it specifically to the drop panda? You guys, oh, there it is. Yeah, now it's coming through.
He's setting up a headset.
I was fixing the audio. My thing couldn't hear everybody.
Oh, word.
Yeah, that is funny. I feel like I've listened to one of these where you couldn't hear someone. And so it's just silent for periods of time, and we're all just like, then we respond to nothing.
There was
Yes.
one that you could only hear what happened at the bar, and I think
Yeah.
that one was you, me, Cody. It was you, me, and John Luke, and that one made for a fine cut because we riffed for like 20 minutes, and I just took that and posted that. Is it just me, or does it look like Cody has the biggest kitchen in the world?
It's
Looks like the
forced
other side of your kitchen is like 40
forced
feet away.
perspective.
No, it's really like this big. Like, it's huge.
That's what I keep
Like-
telling my girlfriend. She doesn't believe me.
Here you go.
Hey, thank you.
Look. And like, even Mimi's outside on our porch.
Man, oh, did you guys get the house that we were talking about last time?
What's the weather like?
Yeah. We got the one we wanted. It's
Nice.
pretty big.
Cool.
Oh, you hear my rice? You hear that? Means the rice is done. Mimi also has this thing where she makes tea in a teapot, and she has a special teapot that makes like a special noise, like a certain note. And it's like, it sounds like really sad. Like the tea is done, and it's not a happy event. It's like a British teapot.
Read! There we are. No audio, though.
As
It's
per
the
usual.
worst of both worlds. No, wait, he's got audio. Or unless that's Cody.
I have audio.
that I'm here. Yeah, there we are. Okay, sweet.
Yeah, I'm here.
I always forget your audio is like so crispy, so like you can't hear you like moving in the chair and stuff.
The crispest of audios.
Is that an SM7B?
Yeah.
You.
Um,
All right. So the death of the party.
the death of the party.
Yeah, you missed it. We all got to roll on
Part
the deck of many things.
12.
And Oren got to level 20, and then Jean-Luc opened up a black hole.
Did I tell you about the time that I had a dragon whelp familiar and he drew a card from the deck of many things and it aged him 500 years, so my dragon whelp familiar became an adult dragon familiar?
Oh,
That sounds dope.
how about that?
And then it ate the party.
And then then Reed lost control of it.
Well, that's not how familiar.
I didn't lose
works,
control
but
of
that
it.
would be
Zach was
funny.
there. He was effectively he was a death knight, but he was a fighter and ended up picking up one of the supplemental
This
prestige
is in
classes.
3.5?
What was it? Was it?
3.5. Or Pathfinder or whatever.
That's Pathfinder.
Yeah.
All I remember is Zach had a 9 live stealer, and then he got another
Yep.
9 live stealer, and made
Yep.
an 18 live stealer.
Yes, he did.
And I was filling it with souls.
um,
Those good times.
Did
What
somebody else
was-
get it? No, somebody else got it, and you threatened them like,
Yeah.
until they gave it to you.
yeah, it was
think it might have
probably
been me.
the,
No, it was.
I think it was the Ratkin.
It was the Rat
Oh,
Kid.
yeah.
Oh, this reminds me.
It was in his
Um,
starting loot, and I knew I could fight him and win. So I was like, I see your sword. That's beautiful. I'm going to take it. There's 2 ways to do this.
Yeah.
Either you give it to me or I take it off your core, and I take it,
Mighty
or I take it
fine
off your
sword
corpse.
you got there. It'd be a shame if
Which is
anything
funny
were to
because he
happen
gives it to
it.
you only to like several weeks later die by Cody dropping him off of an airship.
Zach's character is actually
One of my best
like
moments,
an
I feel like.
insurance salesman, but like he's really bad at his job and just goes like house to house, people to people, and just goes, "Man, there's some really nice children you got there. It'd be a shame if anything were to happen to them."
What was the name of that prestige class? It wasn't Indomitable. It was like
I forget what it was.
Impediment. The name of the prestige class was the Impediment because you were the enemy's impediment. Like that was the whole point of the class is the ultimate tank. Except Zach was
Squeeze away.
two-hand tanking with an 18 life stealer that the DM like homebrewed because he had 2 9 life stealers.
Reed, you didn't take a shot before. I only took half a shot. You wanna...
Reed.
Let me pour one.
We're gonna go deep, like 30 to 16 minutes into the live stream.
Which, hey, my
Well,
cheeks
we're
aren't
playing later
rosy. It
tonight
ain't
too,
time to
right?
play D&D
So-
yet, right?
We are playing.
I
later.
figured it was okay that I ran a
Or
little
at
bit
least-
late to
at
play.
least I
Finish
can
that
play
round of
later
Orcs Must
tonight.
Die. All right, cheers.
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 I don't have a drink in front of me.
I don't have a drink.
Can I take a level in Master of Mounts?
No, but you can pick up mounted combatant for your feet if you want to waste an entire level.
I'm gonna say no.
I might.
I might.
I will kill your mount every time.
Oh, here's the thing.
It's just Jubes. Jubes is his mount. He's like riding
standing
on a
on
giant
him.
sentient bar of soap.
All right, guys.
Juice has some
I guess we're
horsepower,
here.
let me tell
I
you.
guess we're here now and ready to play.
I gotta
Is
pull
that
up
the
the
case?
stream, but yeah.
Okay. So how do we get back into this? Because kind of where we left off was kind of a trail that has died down.
All right, so we should get back into it by skipping ahead in time and saying we rescued that person,
All right.
closed her story out, and they went on to do more Kraken anti-Golden
I like it.
Syndicate
Works
things,
for me.
or Shimmering Syndicate things.
All right. So we can start at Anton Malik's place if you want to. Week of.
An adventure.
I can start you right there. I can pop you right out in front. Or you guys can get up into some more shenanigans if you want to do anything prior to that. I'd say a day or two before
So-
you're ready to meet.
I had like while we were doing last session and while we were doing that particular like side quest, I was moving pieces to prepare for Anton Malik. Let me like try to remember what they were.
Did I not take notes?
Oh no, that wasn't for Anton Malik. It was for the for breaking that dude out. Never mind. I have what I need for Anton Malik.
Okay.
Yeah, I thought we've spent a lot of time like waiting to do this part.
Yeah, it was just
specifically.
like I was getting I wanted to make sure I had like sleeping poison prepared because I remember saying to myself like I need this for something that's coming up soon, but it was for getting that dude out.
Also, my notes are not super helpful because they're written in character.
I'm looking
Oh,
at
you just
everybody's
have
notes
to-
right now. None of them are useful. All useless.
All right. Should we roll to see whose plan worked? Reed's plan or me sneaking in with invisibility and just grabbing the guy?
No, it's fine. We can either start a day or two prior to the meeting, or we can start right a day of. I'd say your invitation is to be escorted by carriage to the manor, and you'll
we're
be dropped
being-
off at the gates.
I assume he's gonna meet us at nighttime, right?
Yeah. You're slotted to meet. Basically, the carriage will meet you at dusk outside of Valthus Rosacha's favorite tavern. You're going to go from there to his manor. It'll be, from what Valthus told you, like a 15 to 30-minute ride, depending on people in the way or not.
I'm keen to just like pick up from there.
I'm keen to pick up like in the carriage, basically.
Yeah.
Okay. It's a bit uncomfortable in here, seating 4 of you. It was made for 4 to sit, but 4 tiefling-sized people, and not everyone in the carriage is
Or
tiefling-sized.
inside the carriage is like
As it's going down, it's going down the road. It's kind of going, just kind of like, it's just hugging those wheel wells, like as the cart just kind of makes it down the path. There is a bit of like people kind of coming and going in the way of the cart. Most of them packing up their belongings for the day. You are starting out very close to the sprawling canopy, so there's a lot of like goods and commodities that are just kind of being packed up for the day and being run back and forth to wherever they're going to be storing them, probably their homes. But you 4 are in the carriage, seated by yourselves. Valthus is not on this journey with you. You do have one person that is actually on the carriage that is like it's common knowledge.
Oh, okay.
No, I also asked for this.
Oh, you asked for the carriage?
No, I asked for this meeting.
Oh, okay.
It came through official channels, so they're putting on the show.
So since it's been a while since we were even going to since we came up with the idea
why
to
don't you
meet
roll it
Anton
back?
Malik. Since it's been a while since we came up with the idea to meet Anton Malik. The way this happened was early as fuck in the morning, 2 weeks ago in game time, Valthus asked me to help her not take down Anton Malik, but basically just weaken his standing, because they're basically bloodthirsty CEOs. Like, she's a merchant princess, and he's a merchant prince, so to speak. Like, Zarash is very much like a place that's driven by the economy more so than the nobility. But there is nobility, but it's driven more by like the merchant class more so than the noble class.
Yeah.
And so there's, I believe it was 4, sort of 3 or 4 primary like big holders of trade, and 1 or 2 of them are Valthus and Anton Malik. And Valthus asked us, or me, to have the right people find a way to weaken his position in an overall sense, without really cluing me in as to why or what her plans are or like whatever it is she wants, but basically just to weaken his standing so that way she can have a stronger standing in some unforeseen thing, or something that she's keeping from me. And I had told her that because she had like prefaced this by saying we had been making a name for ourselves or whatever. So I had told her, I was like, okay, well, I'm fully aware that we have been making a name for ourselves, so I think it's about time that I met one of the other merchant lords. And originally, like, Alistair had kind of planned to do this by himself because it was going to be like talking, but he informed the rest of like the right people or whatever that this is what the plan was, and we all had a conversation about it, and like it made better sense for us all to go to be like kind of oh no, what was the deciding factor was when we went to the Undertow. That's what the deciding factor was, because they were attacked by mostly vampire thralls and one some level of vampire, probably not a regular one.
One of them wasn't a thrall. One of them was a doppelganger.
A vampire whelp.
Oh yeah, there was a doppelganger too. And the only reason why they attacked the Undertow because they were retrieving that stolen merchandise that we, or the powder or the mushroom spores that we had stolen randomly. We didn't even like set out to steal it. We just happened upon it, and we're like, all right, we're opportunists. We'll just fucking steal this. Why not? Has nothing to do with anything that we were trying to do in the moment, but opportunity for some random goods, so let's take it. We also had a timeline to very quickly get out of Zarash because we had these goods, and since they've been stolen back and the Undertow is completely gone, we no longer have that pressure. So like we could, in a meta sense, actually stay in Zarash for a longer period of time if y'all wanted, or stay on this continent for a longer period of time. But as the war picks up,
Carriage
like,
writes itself a little bit.
Alistair very much wants to like go towards the other continent because of the war. So that's like why we're going to Anton Malik. It really is just supposed to be a meet and greet. And it's supposed to be like Alistair himself is not expecting combat, and he hasn't relayed to anybody or hinted to anybody that there is a possibility of combat. Other than everyone knows that Anton Malik is, like, literally everyone, the whole city, knows that Anton Malik is a vampire, and the four of us know we were attacked by a vampire, a doppelganger, and vampire
we
thralls.
get attacked by something.
True. True.
Danger loves
But
us.
the purpose of this meeting really is just a meet and greet, and it was set up for the purpose, more than likely, Valthrus probably told Anton
I
Malik,
have a push to
hey,
mute, so if you hear me
here
talking
is one of
around,
my
that's what I'm
fixers that I use on the regular.
doing. Deadshot.
for-
Thank you for tuning in. Appreciate it. Welcome.
Things I don't want other people to know have happened, but I want them to know I did it. And that's probably why we're being introduced to Anton Malik, if I had to guess, and if Alistair had to guess. That's probably the cover story she gave him. Because we're really, like, just trying to feel him out as a person, as well as, like, one of the merchant lords. And so, in character, Alistair will say, now let me get away from Reed's explanation and think about how Alistair is going to talk for a second.
Yeah, you're good. This is great, though. It's a good recap on what we went over.
Yeah, do you want to tell us that in character in the cart? I can give you a run up to it.
Oh God.
No, because all of that should be like things that you guys already know, and it's only been 2 weeks in game time, whereas it's been like 2.5 months in real time. But what I will say in character is, just as a reminder, even though all of the things that happened in the Undertow, that really was just somebody balancing the scales. And this is very much just a conversation that we're going to. And it should probably remain just a conversation.
Do we have any sort of plan if it ends up being more than a conversation?
Well, that's why y'all got holy water, isn't it?
Try to stay alive while Alistair kills things, right? Isn't that what we always do?
The sun, while you're talking, Alistair, you see the sun kind of crest off of Orin's head and fall as the sun kind of fades off into dusk, goes into night, and you guys, the cart keeps going along its merry path.
Why are you looking at me,
vampire,
Alistair?
don't you think?
Well, I'm told that he's an early riser, helps him get ahead in the matters of trade and business. In fact, actually, somebody once told me he keeps the hours of mortals during the normal week of trade and banking.
I have never met a vampire, but from my understanding, that is counterintuitive. He should sleep during the day and move during the night.
Well, it depends.
But
What
you
are
know,
his aims?
cats, too.
He's a businessman. Businesses happen to be open more during the day than they are during the evening. And while he could just leave written messages for his staff to do during the day, I doubt he has as many trustworthy compatriots. Alistair will kind of level his eyes at all of you. As the
Probably
right people.
underground. Definitely endorse.
So, Alistair, what is it that we want from this meeting? You mentioned that we need to kind of size this man up, but if we're not going in for combat, is it trade? Is it some sort of exchange of information? What is it that we gain from meeting with Anton Malik?
At the end of the day, we might have been motivated, we'll say, to meet Anton Malik at this very moment because of a request from someone else. But at the same time, the right people are nothing if not opportunists. And if Anton Malik happens to have great opportunities, so be it. It never hurts us to know both the name and the face of the people who move pieces along the board.
And you know what they say: with great opportunity comes great responsibility.
Nobody says that except
I've
you.
never heard that
Sid.
before.
Who said that?
That's people are starting to say it.
It'd make you feel better if I said it. Then you could actually use they correctly.
What is it again with great?
Well, you know what we say.
opportunity?
With great opportunity comes great responsibility.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, this is fine with me.
It starts to get really quiet in the common streets now. Most people have gone to their quarters. You guys have been in the cart for a good 20-25 minutes, and you have started to go up a bit of an incline. You can tell you're going up to the lavish area of Zarash. You stop seeing kind of this dark tan colored walls, and they start to get more pristine and kind of like ebony ivory white walls, and you're going past all sorts of manors that look like they're owned by some kind of aristocracy. Yeah, it has been rare that you have come up here, and even still, the nighttime guard is present very, very heavily. Well-lit streets, which is opposed to a lot of what Zarash would have as well. Except for the guards are not particularly surrounding this one manor. They have entrusted its safety to the designant of it. Dark black walls kind of stand stark against the stone imported from some foreign lands to build this manor. All sorts of foreign trees brought in. This whole estate looks like it was just plucked out of one area and plopped into another. Just the kinds and varieties of things that kind of stick out of the estate walls as you and even in the dark you can see how kind of pitch black it is, but only because there's a couple of well-lit windows in various places of the manor.
Have I ever mentioned why I love classism?
Is this in character or?
Many times, Alistair, but do mention it again.
Also,
Well, there
for
are, of
those of
course,
us who
many
don't
reasons.
know, and not me, but maybe Anvir, what is classism?
We'll put a pin in what is classism and we can come back to that. And I'll let Anvir explain it to you since he probably knows the best, being the son of a merchant. However,
yeah, that's what I meant.
one of the many things, if not the biggest thing that I love about classism is notice the divide. Mere moments ago, we were trawling along the cobblestone, uneven, unrepaired, tan buildings, tarps, ragged, dusty, a few holes in them, and yet there thrived this pulsing life of the people. During the day, of course. During the night, it's a different kind of pulse and different kind of light. But up here, there's almost an ignorance to it, an apathy. And that's why I love it. Because it makes everything about what we do easier. See, the people in these alabaster buildings don't give two shits about everybody else down there. All they really care about are their belongings. So they don't know my face, your face. They might know Anvir's face, but that's why we keep him drunk. And so it makes it even easier to just slip through another person in the crowd. Although, I don't think anyone is as hairy as you, Oren. But that's
Oren's
besides
like,
me.
Trying to like keep himself like straightened up. His clothes are clean. Theoretically, that's what I would
pristine. Oh yeah.
I imagine we probably like told that tailor who
To
we
the
were gonna go, who we were gonna go see, and he was like, "Oh shit, let me help you guys out."
He went to his book and just like tore out 3 pages of just reservations for the next couple of days, and he was like, "This is my project." He's so excited to be able to like dress somebody who's going to be meeting Anton Malik. So like doesn't matter the circumstance. His clothes are gracing that hall, and he wants to make a good impression. And you are his models, and he loved every aspect of it. So
Oren,
that's great.
when he hears Alistair talking about how he's going to be the only hairy one there, Oren at first gets like kind of self-conscious, and then he goes, "Then I will be the best-looking hairy one there." And he looks at Anvir and like tries to elbow nudge him.
The best-looking hairy one.
Fenris was extremely obtrusive with all of his measurements. Like it was even more so, like right up into those seams. And it feels that way. You sit down and you're like, oh.
Honestly, Oren, you don't have to stop at best looking. You could attach any superlative
Fanciest.
to the hairy one at this evening, and you would probably be right.
Except
the
for the
odds are
bluest.
ever in your
Thank you.
favor.
Oren fancy pants.
I do
But
not
this
deserve
is
these
why-
kind words, but they are true.
How many blue people do we see? Like on any given day. I'm like the only blue person around, right?
Let me tell you, you saw 30 blue people.
Okay. So I'm not like that rare.
But I mean, not all of them
Well, they're
are-
not Vidalcan. They're just blue.
Yeah, they're blue. Yeah.
Behind the
Yeah.
bluest of the blue. I wonder what color my clothes are. Just another shade of blue. I think I'm just all blue.
Roll for shade of blue.
Ooh.
You guys approach the manor. Even still, it stands out among all of these like quite fine homes, including its architecture. It just looks so stark in comparison to its surroundings. You are dropped off kind of at the gates. The gates open themselves to you. Somehow they just kind of know that you're there or something like that. You can walk a few steps in, and then the gates shut behind you, and you stand in front of a fountain about 20 feet in front of you, and then further still is the entrance. All of the pathway is unmarred, well lit. It's beautiful. There's kind of a stable house over to the left side. I think the doors are closed. It's about 8 or 9 feet tall doors, kind of standing there. seems to be where they might keep a carriage and then some horses. Besides that, right past the fountain, you see this huge two-story mansion made of just dark stone and has black inlaid, like dark stained wood for the windows that kind of grace its exterior, and some kind of like violet drapery that you see kind of hanging within the inside. There is no one out here. There are no guards. It is just you and the quiet sound of this fountain just gurgling in front of you to yourselves.
Okay.
Should we be on guard?
Not at all.
Actually,
Clearly,
let's-
Anton Malik has the best taste in decor and architecture out of any noble we've gone, or any merchant or aristocrat that we've gone to visit.
Was the door magic?
do you know? Can you tell if things are magic or not just by looking at them?
Probably.
Not detect
I have,
magic.
I have a high investigation and a high arcana.
All right, give me 1 second.
Well, I roll a 12, so.
All right, I think I got everyone right. If you look at the door is the door way across the way. Hold on, let me see. Actually, you know what? Let me bring you guys to the mansion so you can see for yourselves what you're looking at.
Wait, the DM has a map, and you expect me to believe we're not going into combat? Alright. Seems sus.
We're taking the scenic.
It's always a just in case of combat.
I view the whole session as combat. There's just only part where we have to go in turns.
I can only see black.
We are currently
Scroll-
in combat.
Scroll all the way
According to
down
this,
to the bottom of the screen.
I was gonna say
Bottom center.
I never met a vampire before. I never saw a vampire because I couldn't see anything during that fight.
Oh, that's fair.
I mean, maybe I've seen a vampire before. I am well traveled.
The vampire
I have
has
been
seen
traveled
you.
well.
I don't like that.
I think you guys should be able to see pretty well.
Oh, wait, here we are.
Oh.
Yeah!
Movie.
Lots of green.
Oh my god, this is Scarlet Crusade vibes.
Orin's gonna drink out of the fountain. No, I'm kidding.
Oh, that's a good description.
Yeah, that was good
Scarlet
job.
I feel like we're in
Yeah,
the
I knew
library.
exactly
Scarlet
what you were
Crusade. Look
talking
at that
about.
fountain.
Yeah.
Yeah, across the way you see now two wolf statues kind of glaring out. They look very lifelike, very well carved. They look individualistic, but almost. And Sid, you pick up on this even just by looking towards the threshold. They look very symmetrical, despite how realistic they look. And they're both kind of angled towards the doorway.
Sid, do you have any method for detecting magic in this place? I'll take that as a solid maybe.
I get down and I put my hand on the ground and I sniff the air
Okay.
and I do an arcana.
Brilliant.
You sniff the air.
I get a critical 1, just a 1. I critically failed.
You sneeze.
Oh, brilliant. What does that mean? Is it a yes? Is it a no?
Can't be certain yet.
Sid is allergic to magic. This is good to know.
Cannon. Do we have a marching order? Do we want to have a marching order?
If you guys want one, you guys can approach the doors. You were left at the gate. You're on time, but there's nobody here to greet you. At least not out here in the kind of carriageway.
I think Sid would assume. that we're just supposed to walk through the wolves. If there's two symmetrical things, that's clearly the way to go, right?
Sid's
Yeah.
gamer
Yeah, they look
instinct
like they are.
kicks in.
That looks like the front door, right? Can we see
Yeah.
past the wolves, like as we get close?
Yeah, you should be able to. Yeah.
Oh,
See
I
it.
have dark vision now too. I have goggles with dark vision.
Oh, do you? Okay, let me.
They're an actual item. I got them when I leveled up. It's one of the things I created.
All right. Yeah. Let's see. Let me edit some things for everyone since I need to take into account dark vision.
If I could suggest maybe the order that we enter the room, I think Alistair should be in the front, followed by me, and then Anvir, and then Sid, if you wouldn't mind, because you have keen eyes, if we could have you in the back.
Sure. I'm probably the tallest too.
You're not.
How tall are you?
Nearly 8 feet tall.
I
I'm
feel
not
like
the tallest.
there is a misunderstanding about how a procession operates. I know Anvir knows what I'm talking about, but I will be in the back.
Then could we
Oh.
have Sid in the front?
Oh, would you like a herald then, sweet Alistair?
I think I gave everybody night vision. Does everybody feel like they can see more now?
It is important to understand
one,
that the
two,
largest
three,
must go
four.
first, as they are the
I think so.
harbinger of my coming.
Then
Ah.
you would like for me to go in the lead.
Do you want me or Alistair to announce,
obviously
or
want
me and
me to go
or
in the
Anvir to
lead.
announce you?
Is that
No, he
'Cause I feel
has
like that'd be really
staff to
funny
do
out
the
of it.
announcing of
Would you like
Although
for me to
Anvir
announce?
should probably be the one to knock on the door. Okay, all right. So we need to have a powwow clearly about how etiquette works. I didn't realize. Okay. Orin, you will be in front, and at your side will be Anvir. Anvir will be the one to knock on the door, as he has the best graces out of the three of you, and he knows exactly how the rest of the aristocracy will conduct themselves. Doesn't need to be an announcing of our party, as more than likely Anton Malik, with all the money that he has, will have someone that will do exactly that. It'll probably be the person that enters the door. This person will ask who we are. Anvir will tell them who we are, why we're here, and that we're to be expected. Orin, you are a...
Doorstop?
not a show of force, but I can't really put this in a good analogy that would be something that you would be familiar with. But just
What is an analogy?
understand that it's important. Exactly. Just understand that it's important that you and Anvir stride side by side, and Sid, being my scholar, should come before me, and then I will come at the end.
Okay. Do we need, this is probably not the right time, but do we need any sort of cover, or are we walking in like the right people?
Maybe.
We're just going
That's
to meet
smart.
him for tea.
Okay.
I would suspect the right people.
This is good. He's probably waiting for us to come and knock on the door now.
This
Okay.
is correct. We have been rude by standing out in his courtyard.
No, I think we are fashionably late. This is something Anvir has taught me.
Right. Fashionably walking through.
Yeah, past the door, past the two wolves, you see just kind of a small stoop, about 3 stone steps, not too far off the ground, lead up to 2 kind of imposing double doors. Again, 2 wolves are kind of the kind of massive iron knockers on each side. You can pick whichever one you'd like to knock the door, or press in if you want to, knock it down, whatever you'd like to do.
And
Isn't it strange that a vampire would have wolves?
I'm gonna, when Anvir knocks on the door, Orin is gonna put his hands on the door to wait to see if he's supposed to open them or what. But he's basically gonna lean on the door and help open it whenever the doors come ajar.
I'm not like barreling through them. I'm just applying some pressure so that I know when the doors are opening.
Okay. Are you going to wrap the door, Anvir? What are you doing?
With Mage Hand.
Or is it Orin in the front?
Dickhead.
You can only kind of...
We're moving side by side. I think he's gonna use his mage hand to knock on the door, and then I'm just leaning on the door so that they open quickly, I guess. Because
Okay.
in my mind, they look like very heavy doors, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that's
I
why
mean,
I'm anticipating needing to help open.
They look relatively heavy. For you, probably not at all. For a normal human, these would be pretty imposing doors. They're still quite tall. They're like about 7 feet tall. So for you, it's like you could walk through normally, which is nice and uncommon for most of the doors you find here in Surat.
But so the first thing that happens, my hands have contact with the door, but Anvir's mage hand is doing the knocking.
All right, here we go. So as you knock on the door, Anvir,
Knock, knock, knocking on Anton's door. Hey, 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 hey.
Accompanying his mage hand in the background.
That's the sound the knocker makes.
no, I'm just joking. You. It takes about maybe a second or two, and then you hear some kind of you hear footsteps, like on what sounds like either marble or some kind of like very flat, very even surface. And you feel the door start to give, like you hear actually two locks, like.
I guess she likes watching us laugh.
Are you pushing the door on as well?
Yeah, once I feel like there's a little bit of give, I'm just gonna like nudge the doors open. Orin's gut instinct is to move heavy things. So he's not gonna like whoosh. He's like, this isn't an athletics check thing. He's just gonna like make a show of like helping to open the doors.
Okay, you kind of
door for me.
You kind of push in. Hold on, let me see if I can do this. Hold on. There we go. You knock back what looks to be like kind of and like enfeebled old dragonborn, kind of gets startled by the door flying open so quickly. Just wasn't expecting like it to open. Like it's not been the easiest time for her to get this door open over the years, and this is one of the easier times. It's just kind of given way. So you kind of see her stumble back and look startled. It looks like even the wrinkles in her face have not felt this kind of pull, like of being like startled, and she was like, and she kind of rights herself in her age. It looks like it takes her half a second longer to get most of this stuff done. Kind of looks across from you. She's like, welcome to Anton Malik's manor. The master is home and is expecting company. I'm sorry. I haven't gotten your name. May I introduce myself? I am Dragola. I am the steward of the master's estate. And let me ask you, who might you be?
I am.
Kind of licks her lips and looks across you. Very, very, like her eyes are darting all over the place. Like look it looks like she's doing.
No, I'm kidding.
Doing like math.
Orin, when he knocks this feeble person over, before he's trying very hard not to say anything, so he almost like purses his lips together and just goes and looks back at Alistair and then looks at Anvir like, did I fuck up? Did I do that wrong? And he's like holding the door open for no reason. It's not going to shut behind him because it's not spring loaded, but he's like, embarrassed by what has just transpired.
She's kind of put her hands behind her back and is kind of like stooping over a little bit, just kind of like looking like a kind of like a normal elderly dragonborn. You haven't seen many dragonborn, actually, very few except for Dormir. But this one looks like to be another one within the city. Not uncommon, but not common, even among the immigrants here in the city.
Anvir Halloran, son of Aldrin Halloran. We are the right people, and we seek an audience with Anton Malik.
Ah, yes. On behalf of the HME, I know we have some formal communications, but I haven't had an emissary from the HME of Grace R. Halls in quite some time.
The rest of us.
So with me are Alistair Faust and...
She kind of leans over Orin, kind of
Over to
cranes her
me?
neck. No, around you. You're kind of taking up the doorway.
I don't move.
She can't-
I'm trying to be a statue because I'm afraid of fucking shit up.
She's like trying to look past, like she like looks like under your armpit, kind of like trying to crane over your shoulder. Doesn't work. She's trying the different moves to look
Orin
past and
thinks
see who else
she's
is there.
checking him out.
And then over here I have Sidra Nobal.
You're introducing
She
us
kinda
like
like-
we're contestants on The Bachelor. And over here, come on
I
down.
In front of you.
Come on down.
We have Orin.
We are expecting guests from Valthus Rosatra's, some of Valthus Rosatra's emissaries. Someone on behalf of her empire is something what I was told. I'm sorry. Are you here? You're not here with the HME. You're just. You're here with. Are you here with Valthus Rosatra's crew?
Balthus Satra. Yep, that's the one.
All right. Strange. Yes. Yeah, we can definitely show you into our corridors. Happy to have you and welcome you to the estate. The master has a request of those on behalf of Mistress Rosatra. He wanted me to ask you whether you would like to go left or right.
I know the answer to this question out of character, but
We're gonna go left.
you fucking dickhead.
All right, left it is. If you'll follow me, I will lead you to our master's estate. He'll be with you shortly. I do believe he might have another guest already, but you might be introduced or you might not. It depends on his particular. He has his idiosyncrasies, you see. Follow me.
Is this guy OCD?
And she kind of leads you off this direction.
She's got the observant feet, but like in a bad way. I am gonna shoot Alistair a glance to sort of suss out what I'm supposed to do here, because I was just told to hold the door. And I knocked this old lady over, so I'm afraid of fucking up the rest of this whole thing.
Alistair's just like looking straight forward, expecting you to continue walking forward behind this lady because since she's leading us.
Okay. When I don't get a glance from Alistair, I'm just gonna I'm just continue forward and try and like stay in front of everyone.
Mm-hmm. All right, she walks off. She walks off to your left side, Anvir and Orin. She just takes a left straight out of that door, and she starts walking down a hallway. She doesn't have an extremely fast pace. I'd say it's almost like maybe 10 feet around. Not that rounds matter, just letting you know. But she's moving relatively slowly so everybody can keep pace. And she starts to kind of hold a conversation with you. You guys gonna walk in? I can put you inside if you want
Those
me
are
to.
good questions.
Oh god.
Just saying. Yeah, please pull us in. My roll 20 is kind of like lagging a bit for some reason.
You walk inside this beautiful, massive, expansive grand hall. Lining its corridor, it seems to be some kind of like some benches. This is some weird shit. You've never even seen architecture like this before. You don't know where it's come from. This is definitely not anything that is native to Zarash. It would be impressive if he could import an entire castle.
Does
like
it look
how
familiar
could you?
to Orin at all?
Not even to Orin, no.
Okay.
This is a different kind of masonry. The stones look a little too heavy. It looks like the way it's kind of cobbled together looks a bit too archaic, but it still looks sturdy but it's not it's not anything that you've seen before. So it seems like this place just came out of nowhere. Even besides this grand hall, there is a little bit of like flora in here. It seems to be growing despite how dark it is inside. It's really dimly lit. The candles seem to be almost like pushed back into where like the light seems to be fighting just to hold any grasp in the room here. And that's the same for pretty much every candle that lights this place. Some of them go out sporadically and then relight. And she continues down the hallway. She's like, "Is this your first time to the estate? I'm sorry, I haven't seen you around before." She just kind of keeps walking down that way.
I feel like that's addressed at Alistair.
She's walking and talking straight forward.
Okay.
She kind of cranes over her shoulder, but you can tell it kind of hurts her neck to look too hard in one direction. So she kind of locks up and is kind of trying to look over her shoulder, but talk over her shoulder.
She's real old, right?
Yeah, she looks pretty enfeebled. Yeah.
So she's probably been here for a long time.
Yeah. You don't know how long Dragonborns live.
Maybe she just started work yesterday, dude. It's so crazy. Orin
early employment program
wants to continue walking, and he's just gonna kind of raise his voice just a little bit because he wants the people behind him to hear him.
It seems the hallway gets very narrow. It looks like this manor, despite how massive it is, the halls were made for humanoids of normal size, and so even actually her age is helping her in this regard because she's kind of slumped over. It's actually made her and a little bit older, so she's a little bit slender in her arms and shoulders. She's just she's able to tread these passageways pretty easily. Orin, you're gonna struggle to get through here a little bit, but it's it's about 5 feet wide and a little taller than that.
Orin is just gonna raise his voice a little bit when she starts asking, how we got there and if it's our first time, and he's gonna say, "My liege, may I have permission to speak freely?"
Absolutely.
Thank you. And our escort, I'm wanted to apologize for startling you when we opened the door. They seem to be heavy doors, and I did not know that there was maybe a mechanism on the other side to open them, and I wanted to ask for your forgiveness.
Oh no, it's fine. I hadn't felt that strong in quite some time, so it's nice to have somebody as strong as yourself help an old lady out every once in a while.
You are too kind.
You're kind of walking down this hallway, and there's not a lot here. It's pretty just solid stonework. You don't see any doorways to your left or right for like the first 10 or 15 feet of this place. The lady just keeps kind of walking forward. She does kind of pause every once in a while, Oren, just a hint. She just like stops her footsteps just for a
Insight
slight
check. I'm really
Okay.
bad at these, but I'm gonna
Go for it.
Okay. I feel like, by the way, before I do this, if you're and this is why I'm doing it, if you're going to bother to point it out, I'm assuming it's obvious enough to pick up on Oren's like passive perception.
Yeah.
Okay,
Sure.
cool.
Well, anybody see
Anvir
since
go
you're going
forth?
first, nobody can see around you. I'm sorry.
That's very
Anvir?
fair.
Can Anvir go forth and
Nice.
What are you gonna
posit
do?
that maybe he made a mistake and ask to turn
Who?
around?
You're gonna ask the lady.
Yes, when we were asked to go left or right.
Okay. You're gonna ask to stop
And I
and
said
never
left.
mind. You want to change your answer?
Can I say?
Okay.
Yeah, because I just feel like I shouldn't have answered that question.
What does Anvir say?
It may not even matter. Like, I realize that Nico knows the answer to it, but like, we're locked in. We may as well just deal with it.
Yeah, let's do it.
I feel like, yeah, out of game, we might dig a bigger hole if we do that, but yeah, I do think we probably should have gone right.
It's okay.
As she continues on her path, clomping down the stonework.
And
her-
just as like a formality, Oren is just gonna say to Alistair, but not changing his direction or where he's looking. He's just gonna say, "Forgive me, my liege. I felt the need to apologize for bursting in."
You guys keep going, following her?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right, cool. You guys keep going down the hallway.
On the road again.
There's no
On the road
rooms.
again.
Eventually, she gets around to this place here, and she makes a right turn. It's Oren. When you walk there, you look down. You see two doorways that lead off to, you assume, some kinds of rooms there. It feels warm down that hallway a little bit. Just a slight temperature increase, and you see what looks to be some kind of open area on the left, on the other side of the wall. The wall kind of gives out a little bit and eventually opens up to a little bit of space where you can see inside there. And she just kind of makes the right turn and keeps walking on.
No, my lady, forgive me. My leash has not yet caught up with the rest of us.
She kind of
Even if that's not
backpedals and
true
she-
on the map, I think on the map, Alistair and Sid are probably right behind us.
Yeah, you guys are all walking, like, as far as I consider, like, you're all walking toe in toe. Like, you would all be walking it. You wouldn't be staggered like this.
Right. Oren is gonna try and like shoot back to Sid and say, should it be this warm?
Well, I suppose vampires like it won't.
Everyone.
It's like,
would know
everyone
that
good
would
back there? Are you all right? I haven't lost you, have I?
Ah, yes. No, it's not as if my shoes had come untied or fallen off. That would
Let's
be
continue.
embarrassing.
Your shoes, Oren.
Okay, yeah. Oren's wearing shoes.
See?
Yeah, with laces, which is, you know, a big step for him. Get it?
Let's
Get it?
see what else you see. All right, you see a door off to your left, and you also see a window that leads maybe to the outside courtyard. And whenever you get up to the window, you actually do see it's kind of a beautiful little area out there. It looks like to be a little bit of a pathway. Might lead off to some kind of like walk path or a garden or something like that. She continues walking down this hallway though, with lots of varying sized rooms over to your right side. She kind of walks you along the furthest path of the building. She's not walking you through the main way, the main thoroughfare. She keeps walking you down this hallway. Nothing too interesting happens down here. You do see a number of rooms, most of which don't have doors or door access to them down this hallway. And then she makes another right turn down this way. Oh, and
I don't think Sid would be able to resist asking her the difference.
Yes.
Okay, what does Sid say?
Ma'am, a question, if I might.
Yes, I'm sorry. Yeah, a question about the manor.
What
It
would
is
have been-
magnificent.
It's very. It is. What's the difference if we would have gone right instead of left?
I assume. And actually, let's see. You actually see her kind of being like, excuse me. One moment, please. Excuse me. Out the way, I have a tour I'm giving. You see what looks to be a skeleton kind of walking down this hallway. And it's like just like it's shambling.
Separated. Where did you guys go? I can't see anybody on the map.
Whoop-a-cha!
Up and right. There you go.
Bam. It's just kind of like going on. And she's like, and she turns it around and kind of pushes it. She's like, go. Excuse me. And it kind of turns around and just starts shambling off this way. And then continues down the.
And who was that?
Hole in the
One of
ground.
your friends.
She's like, no, that's one of the attendants of the. She attends to the flowers and also replacing some of the candles. It's a dangerous job, you know.
A constant gardener.
And she keeps walking this way. She's like, I'm sorry, you asked a question.
Yes. What would happen if we would have chosen right?
I suppose you would have found out when you got there.
Cryptic.
Follow me. She gets to these double doors here. They are pretty imposing. Size-wise, they are of the same magnitude as. Let's see what we have here. There we go. Okay, that's good. They're the same size and scale as like the front door, maybe a little bigger. And she's like, well, welcome to Lord Anton Malik's estate. Sorry for the roundabout way. We probably could have just walked straight, but my master sometimes asks curious questions. And, well, I've never the mind to disagree with him. Anyway, here you are. I'm sure he will let you in shortly. I'll be on my way. I don't like to hang out too long in front of the master's door. Have an excellent day. And she just kind of slumbers off.
My lady, should you require assistance opening this door again, I would hate to knock over another emissary from Anton again.
I'd say it's ill-advised. And she just kind of keeps walking off into the dark.
I look at
Insight
Alistair.
check. No, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to look at Alistair and see what his read on the situation is.
I'm gonna look at Alistair and say, sorry, but I do have more questions. Also, after that.
Keeps walking away. She actually goes and accosts the skeleton that came down the hallway.
And now even more questions.
This is not bizarre to me. Where I come from, we have many bones.
The chamber is still deathly quiet. As soon as she slurks off into the darkness out of view, it again grows as quiet as possible. Every once in a while, something will creep into view and then creep out of view, but it's still pretty quiet in here. It seems to be kept pretty quiet. There is a little bit of noise on the other side of the door, though.
Alistair, are we meant to knock on the door again? Or perhaps this is a chance to explore more of this bizarre place.
That would be rude.
Better question. How does that skeleton keep these plants alive without light?
The doors just kind of creak open and towards you guys, and you see a pretty well lit chamber in front of you. It's kind of a distance to the far side table. You can walk in. There's lots of candles everywhere.
Orin is gonna walk in and try to guide and veer in to introduce everyone yet again, to herald everyone walking in.
And then we have Sidra Ball from the
There is
Swamplands.
only, I think there is only, I'm pretty sure, there's there's only one entity in this room sitting at a desk, kind of working on some papers. No candles on the desk, mostly backlit at the moment. But you see him stare across the way. You can even see the eyes are just like this kind of wine red at the bottom of them, catching a little bit of the light from these candles on his left and right flanks. He is alone in this chamber. Unless you guys want to make some perception checks, feel free to do so.
You got it.
The two people we have that are really good at perception checks are in the back of this line.
Really?
Oh, I didn't play my death music. Give me 1 second.
Great. That's what you
I'm
like
not
hearing.
good at perception checks. I just have high passive
You had
perception.
me at 10 feet per round, not that
I
rounds
am
matter.
good at perception checks. See?
I just like messing with you guys.
I know what's happening.
Orin's not going to do one because he's just on autopilot. He's
He said,
obeying
"Let me
orders.
find my death music."
Orin looks conspicuous doing anything, so he's going to try and do fewer of these rolls.
All right. Actually, I need to run to the restroom right quick. Get your glasses, boys.
Oh yeah, I've got a shot poured and ready to go.
All right. I'll be right
I'll be right back as well.
Yeah.
Pete.
Shots.
I'm waiting for Zach to be like, oh, I just need my casual, like, castle music. And then it's like the boss fight music from Final Fantasy VII.
Yes.
Dump,
Metal Gear
dump,
Solid.
dump, dump, jump, jump, dump, jump, jump. And then we meet Anton Malik, and he's just like, "Hi guys," and we're like, "Wow, that is not what we were expecting."
Hey,
everybody.
I'm your vampire. I listened to this thing where
Anton.
I listened to this D&D podcast where they do Strahd, or the second season they do Strahd, and the guy who's doing the character voices, they finally, after like many sessions, they meet Strahd, and he does a droopy voice for Strahd. Well. I can't even do the voice, so I can't give you an example, but it's hilarious. It seems you came into my trap.
It's all going according to plan. When did Strahd become a gnome? What is?
All right.
Sidra Ball MVP.
Is that a cat?
Yeah, she's rambunctious. This is gravy. She really wants to sit in the chair that I'm in, but I'm in it, and she's like not very happy about it.
All right. How we feeling, guys?
Terrified.
I feel great. I have so many questions, but I feel great. I need to talk to that skeleton.
You mean Jim?
What's his name, Jim?
I don't know. Do you know?
I don't. Does he go by James? You know, in this new Pokemon game they're making, Pokemon Legends Arceus or whatever it's called, they're not gonna have any more formal gyms. Only James's.
Oh
God.
no.
Oh, that's horrible.
Yeah.
Oh no, Pikachu! We've gotten to the Pun Master! The James leader here, his name is Jim!
No, there's no gyms. There's gyms.
Jim, the James leader!
Why is that so funny?
He uses normal type Pokemon, but only the weird ones.
Slowbro.
Slowbro's a water type, but oh no,
His
he
best one is
just
Lickitung.
uses
His
weird
best one is
Pokemon.
Lickitung.
He uses like Lickitung
Oregon.
and like Mr. Mime and like all of the ones that make you really uncomfortable.
Mr. Mime.
All right.
In the newest Lickitung Pokedex entry, it says, if you don't wipe off the itchy saliva from their lick, you will itch permanently. But it has their time frame. For how long? You need to wipe it off, and is it a minute? Is it 5 minutes? I don't want to itch forever.
Good. I need detail. I need detail.
I think it itches until you wipe it off.
The Pokedex ain't no Wikipedia.
Then again, what kind of person are you if you get licked by a Lickitung and never wipe it off?
Right.
I feel like that's a bigger question.
No
There's
one
a
I'd like to
reason
meet.
why that had
You
to
saying
be
they
put in
deserve
there.
it? You're kink shaming? Really?
Seriously, don't yuck my yum.
Some people
I think if it's Lickitung, I'm not pink shaming, I'm pink shaming.
You just have a whole team. You'd be a gym leader with a whole team of Pokemon that all just have lick, like all the
It's
ones.
all
with lick.
Lickitung. It's like Lickitung and like Haunter.
Ghastly, Haunter,
Yeah.
Jinx.
Just the worst Pokemon trainer.
Golbat.
And then at the very
Just the most
end, you have
curious.
like Alolan Mr. Mime for no reason whatsoever. Or Galarian Mr. Mime.
All right. We drop it back in, gentlemen.
Yeah, I think we're ready, but we need to take these shots.
No, we do.
We need to. It has to happen. All right.
Yes, we do.
Cheers, you guys. Raise them if you got them.
Cheers.
Boys.
All right, Sid guys first. Let's go.
Who's in front?
You realize that I have the most. I have the most health.
That's
You know.
you don't have the most.
All right.
Oh no, because I can heal myself like 17 times. I have the most health.
I can heal
Still
myself.
seeing
Doors.
you almost die.
The
But
doors
I am in the
push.
lead to answer that question. I'm in the front.
All right. The doors push open, and you see a singular figure. Orin is in the front, so he sees a singular figure standing a head shorter than himself. Slender build, fine clothing. It is all wine red, dark violets, and even black inlay of what seems to be leathers, silks, some linens. Kind of an amalgamation of different foreign imported fabrics. He looks to be quite comfortable. He stands upon your entrance, though the door is kind of opened again by themselves. He kind of pushes off his table and stands and looks across to you and goes, "Ah, welcome. Who exactly are you? My manners. I am Anton Malik, Lord of this estate, and
Insight check.
one of the prominent figures here in Zarash. Go ahead, make an insight check.
Just band blank and I asked them to like calm it down. It's a pretty chill situation.
All right.
All right. You see a fine. As you get closer, he looks to be elven figure. A bit. Yeah. His hair is dark black. Pupils again that wine red. The light's kind of faded from them. Now that you've gotten closer, you can just see how dark they are. Pupils very deep set. He kind of is grinning and smiling at you, Orin. Looks very comfortable. He just kind of sees, look again, does almost the same thing that the lady at the gates, the steward, did. Just kind of like cranes over your shoulder a little bit just to look at the other guests arriving, but it doesn't seem to be any rush to find out any information. You see his with that. Never mind. What's your passive perception?
My passive perception?
Yeah.
Oh, not great. Hold on.
Are these the people that Lady Valsatra spoke so highly of?
My passive perception
Intriguing.
is 12. It's not terrible.
Typically, she doesn't work with anyone but her, and she looks and finally catches catches a glimpse of you and catches your eye, Alistair. He goes, there you are. Typically, she doesn't work with anyone but devils. It's good to see that she has another one on her employ.
I'll give like a slight nod when he says that.
Anvir, he looks at you, he catches your eye, he goes, how do you move about the underbelly of the city unnoticed?
I can be
Seems
very
like you would have a bigger price on your head. Shame.
Is Alistair waiting outside of the room?
I think Alistair is probably going to
No,
walk in
I'm
at some point.
yeah,
in
but
time.
see, like I'm here up with everybody. I just
Oh, okay.
But
When Alistair
I like
walks
was
in,
not looking at the map. Where are we actually all standing? Because that probably needs to. That would probably help Zach out a lot.
Well, that's what I was. Orin is gonna stay by the door, but he's gonna kneel when Alistair walks in to sort of like give it a little bit more presence.
All right. I'll walk up. I guess where I am.
Okay.
Damn, you crowding his desk there.
Are you
Not
getting on
leaving.
his desk, Anvir? Yeah. Or are you staying inside?
Scoot up
Okay,
so
so
I
you
can
guys kind of
actually
line.
see what's going on.
You guys kind of line up right there. Give me 1 second, guys.
This guy's listening to some rock music. Thought we were gonna come in and he'd be playing like an organ or something.
That's such like second edition Strahd. There's a scene. I can't remember if it's in first or second edition. But when you meet Strahd, there's a scene where he's just like playing an organ. Strahd is very like hilarious in the first 2 editions of D&D. There's a book
All
in
right.
his library
Here we go.
titled "How to Cope
Sorry.
with Being Undead." This is canonical.
Was Strahd written in AD&D 1 and 2?
Yeah. He might have been in
thought it was
AD&D
newer than
2, I
that, too.
think, originally. I don't remember, though. But he's back there. The character arc has come a long way, but he's back there.
Because I was thinking like Curse of Strahd replaced the Temple of Elemental Evil.
I don't think
But
so.
anyways,
So,
Tangent.
you
to the whole
stand
thing, yeah.
you stand 15-ish feet away from, for all intents and purposes, a monster, but also a prominent figure and someone who is has been out and about in Zarash for a century or almost more. He's kind of been well known for most of you. At least he is not ever seen really, but his employ is working constantly in the city, wearing that same kind of dark silver, purple, black kind of colors. They move about. They also do trade within the city. He's very much domestically focused. not so much near the ports in the the sprawling canopy, but he does work closer towards the innards of the city, and does a lot of wheeling and dealing with the upper echelons of Zarash and what they're curious about, what they're trying to purchase, specifically those exotic exports. He typically handles a lot of those kinds of things. So, yeah, he stands alone in front of you, very calm. Now that he's kind of taken you all in, you feel free to make perception checks, everyone, now that you're in your room, if you're looking around.
Oren wants to look around, but he's also not trying to like look over his shoulders and shit. So
Just in what's in front of you. Okay, make it with.
I don't know if you want me to do just like my passive perception or do perception.
No, I'd say right now you'd be okay with just going with a perception check. I'll just think the DC is what it is. So.
I rolled my passive perception.
15. Hey, it's a little bit better.
Okay. Alistair. Actually, we'll
Alistair is not gonna. Alistair is not going to actively try to perceive anything in the room. He has everyone else in the group for that, so he'll just be relying on whatever his passive perception is, whether I get that or not. Just what
That's
it is.
fair.
Okay.
Or I can tell you anything that I see, like secretly. So.
Sidran, you feel Jubes crawl across the small of your back.
Okay.
Underneath your
Yeah,
clothes.
that's non sequitur to anything, but you just feel that. Moving on.
Number 21, you feel that.
My mind's all over the place.
That's just how good Jubes is. If I had to roll 21 to notice him, that's pretty good.
With a 21, you can't see, but you feel like there are more people here than there are actually here.
Should I do an Arcana check? Can I sense invisible people? I don't think I can do that, can I? Maybe so.
I don't know what you can do. Yeah, Alistair, he's looking you dead in the eye. He's like, so, the emissaries of Lady Vasostra, a pleasure. Welcome to my estate. What brings you to my door? I hear that you have quite a name for yourselves. Please do tell me of your exploits.
Yes, thank you so much for agreeing to meet with me on. I guess it is relatively short notice. It was about 2 weeks ago.
Nods gently.
So
Takes his hand
calling
off
us, me, Lady Verasatra's emissaries is a little bit of a misnomer. The right people are no one's emissaries, so to speak. But we are, or rather we have, taken a handful of contracts from her before. You see, we've had quite a bit of success over the last few months. And as such, there was an opportunity Lady Verasatra asked me if there was anything that she could do to kind of forward our relationship, and I mentioned that meeting some of her peers, we'll say, would go a long way to repaying a lot of the services that we've given her. After all, at the end of the day, we're all just trying to make an extra coin or two. And of course, there is a bit of a power vacuum in the underworld. Not sure if one such as you actually keeps tabs on such a thing, but...
And tell me, what power does the underworld have that you know of?
Oh, not that underworld. is just a figure of speech. I merely meant,
I know which world you were talking of.
I'll give like a slight nod then to... The point being is that the lion's share of all work that had been conducted, bought, traded, negotiated, that fell on questionable side, we'll say, of the gray lines of the law, that no longer really exists.
Sid and Alistair, with your perception check.
I didn't roll one.
He means just because you know all the stuff I know.
No, because you have like a 19 passive, and you're looking directly at this person. Like you haven't broken eye contact, is what I'm assuming, right?
Right.
So you're looking directly at this person's face with your passive perception, and Sid with that crazy perception.
Yeah,
you see his nostrils. You see his nostril on his right side flare twice, kind of sniffing the air, just ever so faintly. And then you see his pupils dilate a bit, just.
Presumably in reaction to the, like, as after I said something?
Yeah.
Is that what you mean? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Blood for the blood god.
Did you say blood for the blood god?
Sidron says that in game. He's like,
no, I don't.
That's a combat. Surprise war.
Surprise war!
And then Orin would just go, bones for the bone tree.
No.
I don't think that's
he looks at you, Alistair. He's like, I have heard of some infestations in the sewers being eradicated. Unfortunate that these friends of yours.
Well, no, hang on a second.
Yeah, the undertow isn't in the sewers.
We need to. Actually, let me restart this. Well, just a moment, sir. When you say infestation in the sewers, first I would like to posit that there were multiple of those.
That's true.
Second is the question of which sewers. Presumably, if you were talking about the undertow, since you said friends of ours. Friends is a very strong word. More like comrades of convenience. While we don't fancy ourselves soldiers of fortune by any stretch. In fact, short of the pretty one here, none of us would be delighted to fight in a war. But we definitely follow wherever coin goes. And the abrupt truncated operations of the undertow really does nothing other than provide us with a boon. For now, Alistair kind of like stretch out his hands. The right people have no competition. As for the other infestation,
Orin is going to stand up from his kneeling position behind them and puff his chest out.
The other infestation, though, I would be surprised if you had heard of it. Though perhaps, maybe not. Word does travel kind of fast in this city. But yes, the gray flags, gray cloaks, whatever name.
Gray flags.
Whatever.
The great bastard.
whatever alias they decided to adopt themselves,
Yeah,
some
the gray hairs.
small bandit troop of little import. Yes, they have been removed from our sewers forcibly, enjoyably.
I don't care what rats crawl around and what they name themselves. I care that I get what is mine. And I did. You hear that,
Oswald,
Doramir?
thank you for tuning in. I appreciate
And
it. Welcome in.
shambling out of the darkness, looking a little worse for wear. Doramir kind of walks forward, eyes heavily sunken, skin darkened, leather is black, a little red.
Where is he? I don't see him.
He's walking out of a doorway in the back of the
Oh, okay.
out of the side and kind of shambles into view. He goes, Dormir's like, I heard. He's like, see? They didn't really care about the work they did for you. You were just peddling those goods for them. Good thing I found you, isn't that right, Dormir?
Dormir's like, yes, sir.
And he looks back
Insight
across to you
check.
guys.
I would like to, yeah, kind of take a moment to take Dorabir in entirely.
Fucked up beyond mortal capacity. And doesn't even look to be alive.
Okay, so he's undead probably.
Could be.
Checks out. For Orin, anyway. I was the only one that did an insight check.
Wait.
Why did you link Bardic Inspiration?
So
This is going to be for what Alistair was saying.
Alistair will kind of like linger his gaze on Dormir for a second and then look back at
Dormir looks passive
Anton
to
Malik.
you. He's like,
Well, I'm
They're,
glad to see your business. I'm glad to see your business is done with these rats. I got my products, so we're fine there. But I hear you do good work, isn't that right, Dormir? It's like, yes, sir.
looks back over to you.
Objectively speaking, we do the best work in the
We do
Undertow.
the right work.
But well, as you said, you've got your product back, so things are fine.
Glad to see we're in agreement.
All right, Dormir.
Fuck off. Yes, sir.
I do
He
have
walks
one
and
question,
shambles
though.
to the door. He cuts back across to you.
This is actually unrelated to Dormir and the Undertow and everything else that goes with that. The whole city knows you're a vampire.
They assume much.
Are there... What's the best way to phrase this? Yes, there are other vampires other than you. But are there any that call... Or are there any that don't call you master?
If there are any in this city, I would love if you found them and brought them to me. As far as I know, I am the only one here in Zorash. So tell me, if you've come to know my name without going through the normal routes, what kind of trouble have you gotten yourself into that has incurred my wrath?
I don't understand the question.
My agents are about the city every day, doing my bidding, finding my items, working for me. They make decisions mostly on their own. We have not one mind, you see. They act on my behalf. I have to trust them, because if I do not, then how can I give them any strength or power?
There is a certain spell that was created or discovered. I don't know how the scholars decide what is what. Not terribly long ago. Measured in your lifetime, probably just a few winks
over
ago.
how he said we incurred his wrath.
Detect
Just gonna
thoughts,
gloss over
I
that.
believe, is what it was called. Whatever surface images the target has in the forefront of their brain, the caster of the spell can see them. Are you familiar?
This piques Oren's interest.
I know of magics, sir. I've lived a long time, you see.
Do you know the spell?
What's it to you?
Because it would be easier to show you than simply describe it to you.
Unfortunately, does not have that spell. Unfortunate.
Like, sorry.
That's quite alright. I'm told I have a way with words. There's an
Tell me,
acquaintance of mine.
What did this vampire look like to you?
No. I'm sorry. It's not that I saw one. It's that I saw... I saw the aftermath of one. Saw the aftermath of
I
one.
cannot get mad every time a wolf hunts a sheep.
No, you can't, and I'm not asking you to. I'm asking if you're, or I'm going to be asking if you're familiar with the scenario. I'm going to be asking if you know what her name is.
I cannot speak to who killed.
It's
someone
fine if
else.
you don't. I'm just trying to...
Are you gonna insight check him at all, or you good here?
I have lost this. I don't know what is going on. I'll do an insight
I
check.
misread
just
my
because-
numbers. I'm sorry.
just
Yes, I
because
want to insight
Oren
check him.
is,
I
like,
thought
trying to
my
figure out
insight
what's
was my
going on and
investigation.
what this
Are,
conversation is
does
about.
anybody else know about the situation, or is this you're the only person that knows what happened there?
I think I'm the only person that knows. Yeah, I don't
Okay,
think
it's
I
only you and
explained
Megan.
this. Yeah, okay. Ah, no.
Okay.
So I'm just gonna kind of continue going.
Okay.
I'm not looking for you to know who this person is necessarily, or you to know what happened. I'm just trying to fill out pieces of the puzzle, and I would be remiss if I didn't ask. Clearly, you
Did this
have your...
person mean something to you? The lamb.
He actually like leans forward over his desk, and you see his turn his nose up to the air, and just starts sucking in air through his nostrils.
Does he have a bookshelf?
That's bizarre.
In this office?
in the quarters, yeah, small one. It's actually one of the some of the candles are sitting on top of it. It's not a full talk. It's like a half-size bookshelf, and then there's things sitting on top of it. But it rounds most of the corridor here, on the on the left side of the chamber.
I'm gonna point towards the bookshelf. Have you read all of those books?
Can say that I have, yes. Wrote a few as well.
What if there was a book that had an infinite number of pages?
Sounds like a boring book.
Yes. all of us are quite boring, I assure you. We're still just people at the end of the day. Very predictable and monotonous. However, the things those books can tell us, still information. Would you be upset, angry, sad, or apathetic if one of those books were burned before you could complete it?
Depends on the book, I guess.
Depends on the book. Exactly. It does depend on the book. So as for what the lamb was to me, it was a book. It was a source of information. So I am...
Do you want vengeance? His nose has not gotten out of the air yet. Are you hungry?
Vengeance, no. Like I said, just trying to complete the book. And as you said, if you're not the master of every vampire in history, then you would
Looks
like
a little intoxicated, this guy.
then you would like to know, right? You would be curious as to if there were any rogue vampires. And just as I would be curious if there were a vampire that had the audacity to exist in this city without your knowledge of it. And yet, such a thing is not necessarily unimaginable. There are plenty of audacious upstarts that find themselves in Zarash. In fact, I count myself among them. Because that is the only way to succeed in such a city.
What is the name of this lamb that you killed?
That I killed. I suppose I share in the guilt of it, but it wasn't my hand that did it. But her name was Kara. I don't actually remember what her name is, but Alistair does know, and we're just gonna go with that.
Hey, no, you're not wrong. It is Kara.
Oh, fuck yeah!
You got it right. It was Kara. Yeah, I actually looked it up right before I asked you. Yeah, yeah, it was Kara yesterday. She was the tiefling at the Silken Flute. Yeah. Wow, well done, sir.
Thank you.
Fucking shot in the dark and you remembered it. You remembered the dead hooker at Bardic Tavern. That's how I know I'm a good DM. Is measured by the dead hookers that people remember.
That's right.
All right. Back into it. Sorry.
You're good. Orin's fully lost. He just thinks this is all like coded conversation that he just doesn't understand.
Yeah. He goes. He's like, I'm happy to ask the closest vampire I know. But a moment. And he actually, I was looking up a different name. See if I have it written down here. He says out loud, hold on, let me put him down here so I have it. He goes, so you say she was attacked by a vampire. Well, let me investigate further. Giz, come here. And silking out of the darkness in a place that you're all like, you could see in the beginning, is that same mask comes out of the dark. You see it for like half of a second, and then you see it kind of float down and become a humanoid shape. And kind of flips down out of the air and like stands on the ground. Mask still in tow. Drops to one knee and says, "Yes, master. What would you ask of me?" And is very just subservient, like down, like absolute encapsulation here. just completely enthralled by this entity, and he goes, "Did you happen upon a lamb? The name was, I'm sorry, what was it again?" He looks across
Kara.
to you, Alistair.
Kara.
A Kara. He goes, yes, but 2 weeks ago. Sweet, that one. Why? He goes, here's your murder. What will you do? And he's like, and the mask kind of looks up at you, Alistair, and just kind of like cocks its head.
Alistair will shrug. We've already met. I had my chance.
And the mask kind of looks at Anton Malik. He's like, was I wrong? Was I not? And Anton looks down at him. He's like, looks back up at you, Alistair. He's like, kind of looks at you. Make a deception check. Are you trying to hide anything, or did you actually give a shit about her at all?
So, as a person, no. I cared about, like, what Alistair cared about was that he owed her a favor, and she tried to cash it in,
Can
and
I give him Bardic
he
Inspiration?
didn't make it in time. Because, like, there's just a lot of distance to cover, so he didn't make it.
I think you just let him know you
That's what he cares about.
put inspiration on Alistair.
Okay. Roll a deception check for me then.
Wait, I'm giving him Bardic Inspiration.
Pretty good.
I don't need it. It's alright.
Oh, you don't need it?
All right.
21. Be alright. And it's okay if he sees through this particular deception. Like, it's okay if he knows.
He
I'm
looks at
miffed,
you
but,
and he looks back down. No, Giz. Today, you feel fine. Good work. You can go. Leave. And, he is kind of Chester. And he runs past you and actually brushes your shoulder, Anvir. You feel him like hit you in the shoulder a little bit. Make a perception check.
Right, that's what it was. Let's see, perception check.
You feel his hand kind of slip into your tunic and reach for whatever he can grab. You notice it. Are you gonna do anything, or are you gonna let him just kind of get away with this?
I'm gonna go ahead and grab him. Can I do, what kind of a check would that be? Accurate.
I can barely hear you, by the way.
Yeah, I want to react. I'm just trying to figure out how exactly
Okay.
I want to grab it. I want to grab his hand, so that would be, what, a performance check or dexterity? That sounds...
You get Dex. You're gonna try to grab his hand.
Yep.
All right, make a Dex check. Yeah. DC 15. Tell it to you.
Do a good job. Oh, you got it.
So I'm gonna grab his hand.
I don't see a.
I saw like 15 pop up on Beyond 20.
Oh, there it is. Wow. You grab his hand.
So
You grab his hand, and he's going to try to forcibly remove it as quickly as possible. Are you doing anything with it, or are you just trying to hold it?
yeah. So I was gonna go ahead and grapple him.
You're trying to grapple this guy?
Yeah. Reach into my pocket. Try to steal some.
Okay,
shit.
make a grapple check. Yeah, make a grapple check. Cool.
Grapple check. Okay.
What is
that'd
grapple
be
in 5e?
Strength.
Competitive athletics check.
Athletics check.
Yep.
He says athletics check.
It's competitive athletics, yeah.
It's an attack roll.
Is that an attack roll? That was...
The athletics check is the attack roll.
Athletics check is the attack roll.
What?
Grappling in
Says the
5e,
athletics
they
check
said,
is the attack roll.
yeah, they replaced attack rolls in 5e for grappling with athletics checks. Athletics checks, excuse me.
Oh, did they?
Yeah, so it's like, it's just opposing athletics checks, like.
Okay. Oh God, what is this thing's athletics?
Totally bad.
We'll see.
Amber's in here trying to wrestle.
Wrestle, dazzle.
He's gonna get it. He's gonna get it.
With an athletics check of 13.
All right. No, he rips his hand out from underneath your tunic. For sure. And he, you hear Anton slam his fist into his table, and you hear the wood crack underneath it. He goes, "Goodness, these are guests!" And he turns around, drops to a knee again right beside you. He goes, "Sorry, mister, sorry. And is like, kind of like laughing maniacally underneath his mask. He's right beside you, Anvir. And Anton looks at you. He's like, stills himself, looks across the table, and he looks at you, Alistair, and he's like, "You sure you don't want blood? Happy to spill it."
I didn't before, but... And I don't necessarily want it now. However, I'm gonna, like, glance back at him for, the second time in this conversation, like, at Giz, or the mask thing. You know, I wouldn't blame you. And I'm gonna... That's directed towards Anton Malik, and kind of like... a wry smile creeping up on his lips.
Do you have any contracts? Do you have any contracts on your arm?
I do not, since she died.
You don't have one with Balthus? Or
you
one
have,
with,
you have one with Valthus, and you have one with, the fucking...
I
the guy
do
that got
not
us
owe
into the
anybody
fights.
a favor. I am owed a
Oh, you are
favor
owed
by...
favors. Yeah,
yes, I am
that's what I
owed
meant.
a favor by somebody... Who was it? The dude at the tavern that was like the quest starter. Or
Yeah.
like the first breadcrumb that we have. He owes me a favor. But I currently owe no one a favor.
So you have a contract on your arm?
Okay. I thought you meant like if I owed somebody a favor when you said contract on my arm.
No. So
I am in nobody's debt. I have one person in my debt.
he looks down at your arm, kind of winces in disgust. Like, fucking devil magic. Tell you what. You like those contracts, you call them, yeah?
I adore them among... No, not even adore. I lust after them more than I do any flesh, any desire, any material. On the material plane and beyond.
Well, I tell you this. Me, I like to eat. This is true. Most of my meals serve themselves to me. Luckily for the city of Zurash. I do not hunger for much, but I do love sport. And I don't have a particular fondness for those in my employ. As you can see, most of them are, most of them are dead. So, how's this? I will give you, including one of those favors. I'll give you one of those contracts, you call them, if you play a little game with me. What do you say?
I'm sport for a game. Sure.
You hear that, Giz? They like games. Yes.
Play a game.
Sounds great, master. He's like, okay. So, here's the game. I'll give you till dawn to find Giz in my manor. Giz, we're going to play hide and seek. You go hide. Don't move whenever you find your spot. And Giz just kind of walks out of the corridor, bows and walks out. His footsteps kind of disappear in the darkness.
Lord Malik, if I may have some clarity on the rules of this game.
But of course, what would a game be without rules?
Exactly. We are civilized, after all. It is hide and seek, as you said, but does that mean if we find him, will he attack us?
Here's the rules. You bring me Giz. That's how I know you found him. Dead or alive, or moving and dead.
Dead or undead? All right. What about the rest of the the guests and custodians of your manor? I don't wish to interrupt anybody's stay or their job. Are we allowed to move freely and unmolested inside of your manor?
Let's see. You chose left earlier, didn't you? Tell you what. My friends that are staying in the left side of the corridor will they'll be kinder to you, to your reception than the ones on my right. He does not know this. He's left. So wherever he stays, you know, I'm sure he'll ask. Good luck. He's quite smart, this one, even if he's a bit eccentric.
Well, I don't want to keep Giz waiting. Do we have your leave, Lord Malik?
It's what time is it now?
He looks over at an hourglass.
He looks at it, he's like, leave it's roughly around 9. You have the night. A good close to 10 hours to do what you will. Good luck, and I'll be waiting here. Find Giz, bring him to me. If you can't, I'll assume he found you.
Okay.
Alistair will nod and turn on his heel and start to walk back out the door.
All right.
What does everyone else do?
Andrew's gonna go ahead and use Divine Sense
To find the exact position of where Giz is.
to find him exactly.
Hold up.
He linked the ability text in chat.
That is not behind total cover.
Dang it.
Pretty big building, guys.
That is not behind
But-
total cover. Yeah, that's true.
Alistair, you can, I've seen you
There
do
is a
this.
fuck ton of evil in this chamber, though. There's a lot of it.
Sure, yeah.
Alistair, I've seen you do this more times than I can count, but we spoke with Anton long enough for you to do his voice, yes?
Yes, we did. We did indeed, Orin.
Could you not simply call for Geese to come back.
He's cool.
Yes,
Wait,
could
is
you
that,
not
that
simply
that's
do
how
a
disguise
Geese call?
self works, right?
No, that's how Mastermind works.
Oh.
I can just do that.
Unerringly.
Huh.
He could literally go
Anton
around
sits
the whole
back
place
down at
going,
his desk and
"Geese?"
starts continuing on his paperwork.
Oh, actually, I'm gonna try it while the door is open. I didn't mean to move myself, but I didn't want to close the doors. But while the door is open, so like Anton can probably hear me and see me.
Mm?
I'm going to like cup my hand to my mouth or whatever, and call out in a very commanding, but at the same time kind of aloof and apathetic tone, mimicking that of Anton Malik. Geese, never mind. They decided not to play after you left. You can come back to my chambers.
Trying to roll a deception check.
With Bardic Inspiration.
Bardic Inspiration.
Yeah.
Hold on. And then there it is.
Well, he rolls the d6, so you don't have to roll
I'm
that.
filling in the box.
Oh, okay.
All right. You're good at deception, right? You're like a.
I'm good at deception, yeah. I'm just reading the text of this class feature. Unerringly mimic the speech patterns and accent of a creature that I hear speak for at least 1 minute.
Well over
Okay.
1 minute. Yeah.
You got that.
Alright, making sure I met the, You said deception?
Yeah, it would be.
Oh,
What's
and
it-
what's your Bardic
What's a
Inspiration
D6?
die?
What's a D6? Yeah.
Oh.
Is it 1d6?
No.
I think so.
No,
for
it's a
your level.
D8 for him. He's level 6.
D8. Yeah, it's a D8 for.
Oh!
31 deception
What?
check.
Out of the darkness. And beside where he appeared originally, beside Anton Malik, he appears. He goes, "Yes, master. May I help you?"
I'm gonna turn back around and look at Anton Malik. There you go, I have found
Got him.
geese. I have won your game.
And Orin is gonna shut the doors behind us.
Wait a minute! Wait! Let me get inside first!
No, you're inside already, I assumed. I just wanted to get ahead of that.
Yeah, I assume
beat
you
the
walk in
story.
after he comes back, right?
Yeah.
That's what I was doing.
He looks
Got him.
enraged. He looks furious. Not that you can tell, because he has a mask on. But he freezes in place, like almost like just being held. Just
Orin's like, yes, I know this trick.
and Anton goes to him and just drags his finger across his neck and just cuts it off and takes it and throws the head out the window. The glass pane shatters. Throws it outside.
I would have liked to keep
So
that mask.
dramatic.
And he goes,
Mask was cool.
he pauses one moment. He's like, one moment. You hear a huge gong go on outside. It sounds like a huge like gong, just a huge reverberation.
Did he hit the gong with the head?
That'd be funny.
You hear it a
That'd
second
be
time.
great. If it was just like beamed it through the window.
It shakes the building a little bit. Like,
I gave that to Giz to protect him and also to kill anyone who tried to kill him. Congratulations, you beat him. You won my game.
That was fun.
And in record time.
He's like, so, what would you ask of me? Careful now.
Right now, I would ask nothing of you, other than that which is owed, and I'm gonna hold out my forearm.
One contract. Fair enough.
Easily done. And he writes in the air some infernal script. Puts his hand up to yours, and you can finish your pact. He doesn't flinch. He makes the eye contact with you, smiles, does it, releases his hand, and he kind of shakes his hand off. Doesn't look like he likes it very much.
Oh, now that the ugliness is concluded, as well, you're a businessman. I'm sure you have no doubt heard of the war that is brewing in other parts of the world, correct?
I know some things. Yeah. War is good money. There's always a war.
It is. War is great money and opportunity. In fact, I found myself in a situation in which well, I would like to capitalize on said war, but the means are neither here nor there. Just letting you know, if you ever have use for, Alistair will like look himself up and down and glance back behind him. The right people. For
Orin's gonna curtsy.
getting things done overseas. Well, we'd be happy to help.
You look to travel abroad?
I look... Alistair will kind of consider this for a moment.
Can I just say that's the best play of the whole game so far?
There was a
Convincing
time
him to
when
just
I would
mimic
have
Malik's
played
voice.
this particular card close to my
Best play of the
chest,
whole
but
game
I
so
don't
far is
see the
convincing
harm
Reed
in
to
letting
mimic
you know
Malik's
it.
voice.
I look to control the world's information.
And what would
So
you
yes.
do if you could control it?
Well, I would merely possess it.
What couldn't you do?
So it's not what would I do, but it's rather what could I not do? Because that is a far smaller list.
Knowledge is dangerous to have. Your problems become bigger once you learn more things, I promise.
So is the headless body of Gist still on the ground?
The body is lying there, pumping out nothing really. There's little drops of blood.
It's just
kind
going
of.
like a little
Al-
servo motor.
Alistair's
Going out.
eyes just kind of like slowly drift away from like Anton and just kind of like very casually, almost naturally fall onto the body of Gist, and he'll like Alistair will shrug. I find myself rather capable of solving problems. Innumerable, and he'll look back at Anton as they may or may not be.
Okay. Well, I have use for hands in foreign lands. This is true. Communicating back and forth is kind of a hassle, you see.
It absolutely is. One might need an establishment or a secure foothold
A headquarters.
overseas.
Building.
Perhaps
An airship.
disguised
shit.
with a
Warren's gonna
front
put his
for a
giant
business,
hand over
with
Andrew's
regular
giant
missives
mouth.
traveling back and forth. Actually, you know,
Really big
Alistair will
boat.
kind of turn and look at Sid. I have an amazing idea, and I think you can help me with it. And it would solve this communication problem, and he'll turn back and look at Anton, that you're speaking of.
If you're offering solutions, I'm all ears, but
I would never be so bold as to call it a solution, merely an idea that has not even taken shape into prototype. But I would be happy to let you be the first to hear of it.
you are quick with your tongue. I appreciate it. But despite my undeath, I am short on time. So
Yes,
if you have
I
a
believe,
proposition, let us talk. Otherwise, get the hell out of my house.
I have no proposition presently. It was more of a, I would like to call on you again when I am ready to make a presentation.
He shakes his forearm. You can call me whenever you want. He smiles at you.
Alistair kind of narrow his eyes. I'll keep that in mind. By your leave, Lord Malik. We appreciate your hospitality, and we shall show ourselves to the door.
If that idea ever comes to fruition, you let my doormaid know.
Absolutely. We would be happy to.
Dagorla will inform me of your proposition. Dragora! And he kind of calls to the door. The door kind of opens on its own, and she kind of comes. She's like, "Hey, you called, Master." It's like, "Please see my guests out. They have entertained me enough for one day. Very quick-witted, they are. Good luck, the right people. I hope to see you again in maybe more favorable circumstances."
Alistair will nod and turn on his heel and follow the rest of the party out.
This time she leads you down the hallway. There's that one lone skeleton still like pacing the halls. You see everyone make a perception check while you're walking through the hallways.
I think that he liked us, Alistair.
I'm pretty good.
Yeah, I did alright.
Pretty good.
You have an
nice.
interesting definition of liked, Sidrid.
An
Sid.
interesting sense of humor for a vampire.
Sid,
Do
Alistair.
you base this off of your common interactions with all the vampires in your life?
Actually, pretty much everybody beat a 15. Now there's less hiding in the area, but you do see or feel like out of the corner of your eye, like doors shutting closed. Like you might see like somebody peeking, something peeking, and then like all of these different doors and rooms are like that are lining this hallway are all kind of like different things are happening at them. It looks like they are kind of curious as to what's gracing the hallways of the Anton Malik's core chambers as Dragola kind of just leads you down the hallway.
I base this off my perceptiveness and my study of all the people I meet. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a skeleton gardener to talk to.
He's shambling down the hallway, just sucking air.
Excuse me, sir. Mind if I pick your brain for a moment? Well,
He's walking very slowly, but you're able to keep pace. It doesn't really break. It doesn't break its stride at all.
like literally.
a man of few words, I see.
Kind of looks over at you and just looks through you. Looks back at where it's going. And then goes to some of these leaves and picks up its little canteen and pours some water on it. Goes back down.
Interesting.
Water spilling all over the floor, by the way.
Okay. I'm done. I don't know.
Yep. She shows you.
Baffling.
She shows you to the door. So, I hope you enjoyed your stay. Typically, I don't see too many people leaving our facility. That's such a diplomat. Anyway, have an excellent day. Welcome back anytime, I suppose, as the master has let me know. So, good luck to you.
Cryptic.
When she says we've never seen many people leaving this facility, Orin is gonna say,
That's because you've never seen the right people leaving this facility.
Oh, God.
Duly noted. Bonus
Alistair
point.
never has to worry about making that comment because he knows Orin will.
Orin is gonna do it every single time.
Orin and Sid do the low bones
It's the
to each
only
other.
social cue he understands. He's like,
The low
oh, somebody
bones.
said the word people.
You walk out of the estate. Shortly thereafter, the doors kind of close behind you, undramatically, almost as you're leaving a normal home. Unmolested, thankfully, with all kinds of wonders left alone inside of Anton Malik's home. You left with something. So, yeah. You're done with Anton Malik's home. Where do you go? What do you do?
We go back to the front, and is the carriage still there?
No, carriage is long left.
Taxi.
Well, since we were let into the rich neighborhood and we have all of these fancy clothes,
Pretty late,
now
right?
then,
What is that?
if I recall,
like 9:30.
Oh,
if I recall, I believe one of the Lesser Lord's daughters was having her coming-of-age party this evening, and, well, the whole neighborhood will be there since there's been very few parties lately after the rescue, or, well, not so much rescue so much as vengeance upon the group of ne'er-do-wells that were kidnapping the firstborn of nobles. Needless to say, the who's who of Zarash will be there, short of our previous gracious host. I think it's a
might be there.
fantastic time for us to bump elbows with some of the,
Might see my brother there.
what's the word?
Socialites?
Socialites works, but that's not
Aristocrats?
what I was thinking of. We'll go with socialites.
Okay.
Rich people?
Is this, what were you thinking? Like a Beauty and the Beast? A knock-knock joke?
Get help?
What was I thinking? I was thinking that we would be able to drink incredibly expensive alcohol for free.
Well, that sounds easy.
Well, yes.
What if we...
You've been deliced and defleed, and Anvir's not naked, and Sid has clothes that fit him.
You
So
give
yes,
it
we
time,
can
and we'll
quite
make it.
Yeah.
we can
Are
quite
you implying
easily.
that my clothes didn't fit me before.
Give it time.
I'm merely suggesting that you prefer more frumpy attire.
And
You say it is to keep your
I-
gadgets and doodads in, but I know the truth. You simply lack an eye for fashion.
And I am
Clearly.
the most handsome furry gentleman in this area.
That is correct. You are the most handsome furry gentleman in this area.
I am also the smartest.
Yes.
Right.
You could be anybody you want to be. Just here in the rich part of town, I would use disguise self, but I like being blue.
So that's what
Right,
we're
that-
gonna
that's
that's what we're gonna go do. We're gonna go to
end
this
with
noble
Penny
that
Crack.
Alistair just made up on the spot here.
All right. You're gonna go to this. You're gonna go to this like house party.
Basically, yeah, it's
wherever
a
there's the
masquerade
most
ball.
noise.
It's for this girl's 16th birthday party. It's her
Okay.
coming of age party.
Okay.
So presumably like a human girl.
So girls come of age at 16 in your world.
I mean, it's medieval, so it's either 16 or 14.
13.
So Yeah, 13.
No.
It'd be kind of weird for a bunch of grown dudes to show up to a girl's 13th birthday party.
In modern times, sure. In this time period, absolutely not.
It'd still be weird.
You say this,
13
but it's like
dog years?
everybody who goes there is not there for the girl's birthday party. They're there for gossip. And that's why we're going. That and free alcohol.
We're about to go to a
Oh.
quinceañera.
I have an idea. I disguise myself as a young as a young noble, Lord Osmond Griswold.
Yes.
Are we about to fake your quinceañera?
And I will be your butler. Oh, I
Yes,
can't be
thank
your
you, Jubes. Let me practice my voice.
Jubes.
Lord Osmond Griswold.
I'm getting the map ready, guys.
Oh, there's a map. Great.
It's gonna happen.
This is Lord Osmond Griswold, here to see lady.
My name's Lord Osmond Griswold. I'm here celebrating my nephew's 13th birthday.
My granddaughter's 13th birthday. I brought a popsicle here for the birthday.
Oh my god.
I brought a popsicle, but I kept it in my pocket. I wonder if you could find it for me. Oh
I
no,
kept
I
licking
guess
it.
it all melted. Oh, did you find the wood I left in there for you?
I guess we should take a
That's
shot
not a
before we go to a
that's
party,
not
right?
a
shot.
I'd say,
I'm gonna-
I'd say
I need to go
guys
pee.
take 5. While
Yeah,
y'all
we're
get
gonna.
ready and also pee.
We'll be right back, everybody.
Oh no.
It's making me do so much work.
Having to do this on the fly, huh?
I think I can't do. I can do it pretty good on the fly.
Oh baby, that's when we're getting the real meat of it.
There would be a nobles party for sure.
This is where Sid's gonna shine. Sid might leave here with a little girlfriend.
Could be. You're back.
He's not bad. I can't see Nico because I'm not watching his stream. Yeah. You don't have to. I can see John Luke. Maybe we should just get a mini Nico to put in John Luke's screen. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, guys. So many things going on. I had a good time.
Yeah, that was good. Yeah, that's pro. It's top level play. Yeah. No, he rolled it. I mean, what did he roll? A 16. Yeah. He rolled a 23, but he has +7, so he really rolled a 16, which is pretty good, just in general. But he had high already. Yeah. That's a spicy roll. For
Yes, he died
Sid,
undramatically.
I didn't know who the guy was you brought in at the beginning because I didn't meet that guy. I didn't see the golden faced guy either because I couldn't see during that whole fight. So I was literally just oblivious to all the people he brought. He brought in. I was like, "Are these strangers? Like, I don't care about any of these people." Like, the first guy, like, literally wanted to be like, he means nothing to us. I figured he was in something before I arrived.
Maybe. You'll never know.
And I'll never care. I forgot that this level I got to pick. So I have a trait now called Tireless Pursuit. Or sorry, this is a racial trait that I've had all along that I just forgot about until now. It's called Tireless Precision. Anytime I get to pick from certain skills, so anytime I use my alchemist supplies or do an investigation check, I'm supposed to add a D4 to it. I do a lot of investigation checks. This session is abnormal. I would have done many, okay? But
You guys are crazy.
I have done a lot of investigation checks in the past, though, and I would have probably had to do a lot if Reed didn't like, magic our way out of that last situation. I was putting my Sherlock Holmes hat on. It is. It says, you are proficient from one of the following skills. Arcana, History, Investigation, Medicine. Just let it hit. Whenever you make an ability check with the chosen... Yeah. Whenever you make an ability check with the chosen skill or tool, roll a d4, add the number rolled to the check's total. Yeah. Yeah. Every time I investigate, I'm supposed to do it. Yeah. I don't use my alchemist supplies that often, but I probably will eventually. Yeah, I mean, I have a +8 in both of these things already, so it's kind of... Yeah. Yeah, but sometimes the difference between 9 and 10. You bad.
All right. I think we're ready.
I don't think Reed's ready.
It's okay. The depth of the party is right here.
At this little girl's quinceanera. Please let me know
All right, I'm back. Are we taking our shot?
Yeah.
Oh, did you already take it?
You gotta quit disarming my big bad guys.
All right, well, cheers to whoever still has one.
Cheers. Clink.
3 cheers for 5 years.
All right. You don't have to worry about it right now, Zach, because I know you're still setting up. But Alistair is definitely going to use disguise self before he goes anywhere.
Be my twin brother.
Now,
Lord Esther.
no, we're going as separate parties. You're going to arrive with Anvir, and I'm going to arrive with Orin.
Oh. This should be like a play we already have. You're with me. Reed wants to split the party.
Not really split it. We're going to the same place.
Oh, and then just make a loud fuss, like recognizing each other. That makes you fit in just fine. Bingo bongo. This is a flawless plan, Reed.
All right.
That's bizarre. I mean, we're basically doing the same thing, but it's different.
Yeah, but who would do something like that? That's when we should loudly comment to each other. A story of something like that happened.
See if this is right. See if this is accurate music. Sorry, guys. It took me so long. I think that's... All right. You stumble through town a little bit, and you eventually find your way to this manor. You get greeted at the front by another steward of a home. There, you see a couple other guests walk in front of you. You're on the wrong map. We'll put you here for now. They are kind of welcoming guests. Some are arriving by carriage, others are coming in by foot, but they are kind of like walking up to the steward, and there's names on a list, kind of crossing them out with a nice, elegant quill. Looks nods and nods, and kind of sees you approaching, lets them into the home. It's like, ah, yes, name please. Welcome to our state. So glad you're able to join us today for Morla's kind of coming of age ceremony. Please, may I have your names?
And young Lord Osmond Griswold. If you please.
I do see an open invitation for the Holorons here. It doesn't say there's any plus ones here, and it seems it's for an Averi Holoron. Looks down. I'm afraid not. Afraid not.
Hey, we have some money, right? Like, we got some money on us.
Probably do. I have no idea.
I'm gonna speak up from behind them. Well, more accurately, is in the soul patch, and it's like more salt than pepper. What is the holdup?
I am terribly sorry. So we're still we're figuring out an issue here at the gate. If you'll just wait a moment, please. We'll get everything sorted, and we'll get to you quickly.
Did I hear you correctly? Did you say your name was something Halloran? Surely you people have your affairs in order.
Sir, I am so sorry. I don't know if I can do that. There's a long line. If you'll please just step to the side, we're gonna let some other guests.
Can I just slip this guy like a few gold pieces and be like, are you sure?
Make a sleight of hand check.
Okay. I can do that. I can do that. Hard. Any.
All right.
I'm gonna note it. Wait, hang on.
You drop the coins on the ground.
I'm gonna notice Sidron like try to like fish for money, and I'm gonna like elbow through him. Look, little boy, I realize you and the Halloran need to get inside, but that is peasant change. I need you to understand that I am Dietrich von Hellenheim, and I am the most extreme and illustrious purveyor of exotic goods, and I will no longer be held up by what all this ballyhoo, and I'm gonna like finger down 3 platinum. You will let us all inside right now before these beautiful people behind me have their evening ruined any further.
Make a persuasion roll. What was it?
I have plus 10. Imagine how low I have to roll for it to only be 13. Like, great.
I'd say, wait, Anvir is also you're also putting money forward?
Mm-hmm.
I'd say roll it with advantage then, just because, I don't know, you're both kind of contributing.
And I'm throwing his
to
name
the cause.
around.
Yeah. And they know it's, Halloran, so. Alright. I'd say she takes the gold and platinum, puts it in her kind of away, tucks it away very quickly.
Calls the guards.
And it's like, my apologies for delaying the guests much further. Please step inside, find your way to the garden in the back. It's just straight through the thoroughfare. You're gonna walk past some stairs. You're just gonna keep going straight, and you'll finally get to the gardens. She's not wrong. You can kind of see through the building now that you've kind of crest kind of the stairs. Kind of leads up about a half a story up into the manor, and you can see just straight across. It's much more. It's this one's much shallower than Anton Malik's place. It's kind of dwarfed in comparison. You can see across
Maintaining
into the garden as well.
maintaining his image and kind of saving face. Dietrich will kind of like swallow first. Cock his nose up and his head to the side a little bit and lean and like kind of sidelong glance behind him, very clearly not able to see anything behind him, but just and address Orin. Willy Bottom, what house was this again? I shall say we will have to write a terrible review about the measure of professionalism in here. As he like continues to march forward. That's it.
Checks out. You kind of can walk back to the back garden. You kind of walk down that same set of like half stairs that kind of leads down into it. It looks, for the most part, it looks like the what would be an imitation of a foreign forest. Seems like one of the things that people, the wealthier people of Zarash tend to do is they tend to import portions of their homeland and try to make their estate as reminiscent of home as possible. This one is very much, it looks to be in the in terms of like style and font, like just flora around here. It seems like a lot of the trees come from actually make a yeah, most of you would make a history check. I guess it would be a nature check. It'd be a nature check, or if nature isn't a thing, survival then. And Orin with advantage.
Natural 20, baby.
Nice, Sid.
Give me 1 second. I've got cat aggro.
I know a thing or two about a plant.
Yeah, Sid. Oh man, you've traveled abroad before. You've seen this is like, it's actually kind of cool visiting 2 different estates in one day. One was actually, now that you're looking back at Anton Malik's place, it seemed very reminiscent of, at least the stonework is reminiscent of where all of these would be found, would be out in Dungannon, up in kind of the northeastern part of Tet. It's where most of the humans originate from on the continent. And it's rare. It's actually probably the furthest province away from Zarash, if you, depending on how you feel about Stone Peak, because you have to trust the Flamewake Dunes, which is just death. It's just death to get across that. So, technically Stone Peak is closer, but it's hard to get to. But Dungannon is really far away, and right now with where tensions are, I mean, you had to buy your way onto a ship to get to Dungannon. But right now there's a whole bunch of like levies and stuff like that, and also just a whole bunch of tariffs. And right now there's like kind of a trade war going on. You can't really sail into international waters. There's elven ships are kind of blocking access to Dungannon at the moment. The Elven Navy. They're letting through some trade vessels, which is how you got through. But for the most part, it's hard to get in, hard to get out. But yeah, this looks a lot like Dungannon. That being said, you see a whole bunch of like big, thick trunk trees, kind of a lighter shade of brown and tan, disappearing into like huge just massive canopies that are like really bushy and big. These things have to be watered. They would not survive very long in Zarash with just the climate here. But it seems like this is well tended and meant to maintain as much a home of the province of Dungannon as is humanly possible. That being said, it is filled with tense and lively entertainment. You hear the sounds of bards kind of like plucking away at some instruments. You see several tents out in front of you, a couple of different things going on. It looks to be the form of what would be maybe a human festival, something reminiscent of what you would find on the province of Dungannon, maybe in a local town or maybe a village at one of their festivals. It looks very reminiscent of that. Let me, give me one sec. Yeah, I would say, what would that be? I'd say roll a perception check. You'll have dark vision, so that checks. 13. You don't really see anything that would be kind of like reminiscent of your squad or your troop per se. Oh, I'm missing one character. Sorry, I'm dragging you guys over to the map because I had to make a map, guys.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let me edit some settings here.
Cake by the ocean.
Yep. Damn it. I guess that works. Maybe it's this thing. Yeah, maybe. I think that is correct. We'll find out with your 13. I think everybody has vision. Bam! You walk into the garden that is very reminiscent of a Dungannon forest. There are several tents in front of you. It is quite lively. There's quite a thing, quite a commotion going on. People talking, people trading, doing different things. It seems like they are trying their best to taste a little bit of what would be home there in culturally speaking. That being said, it is not a party that is lacking in a little bit of diversity. There are one or two different kinds of people here, but it is mostly human. You see an orc over there, kind of manning a chest, and kind of a lizard folk standing in front of it. You also see kind of a snide-looking man standing next to a piece of armor that is just kind of looks hollow, but it's standing tall and straight. And then you also have a couple of people that are looks like to be trading or with their spouses and helping them get things going on these carts back and forth. And then you see the lady of the hour over here, kind of talking to a man that looks to be maybe her father near the campfire. It looks to be her coming of age party. This is who you're all here to see or pretend to see, the Lady Morla. What do you do, party?
So Dietrich is going to walk over to the man in the hollowed out suit of armor.
Mm-hmm. You see a snide-looking man with kind of like a leather cap on, and he's kind of like looking at his. He's kind of looking inside of his contraption here. It looks like a very solid piece of metal work. You make a perception check for me.
So, on my way over, first of all, this is a ceremony. On my way over, kind of swagging his gut and his well-eaten.
It jiggles in front of you.
Right, like, yeah, you know, it's very obvious that like Dietrich has eaten very well because he needs everyone to understand how rich he is. So on his way over, whenever someone with like, you know, serving
beverages
tray walks around carrying like glasses of whatever, Dietrich is going to take two and very quickly drink one and just absentmindedly hold it over his shoulder, expecting
this guy brings you a tray of ales, and you grab two. It kind of throws him off balance because you take too much weight at one time, so he kind of like has to catch it, and then he kind of pauses and he's like, "Oh, sir."
Ignoring him, I'm going to immediately drink all of one of them and just kind of like lazily hold it over my shoulder, expecting Willy Bottom.
You, Orin, offers you a drink. kind of hesitates and keeps walking up to the party. To the rest of the party, and Sidrin.
You are correct. You're taking the empty glass. Yeah.
And offers you both a drink. It looks to be a kind of an elven man with a very stiff jaw, very sallow face, a pointed goatee. He looks across to you. Alessina, and kind of just says to you in like elven to like his like. Greetings to you, and offers you a drink. He kind of looks over his shoulder, left and right, and kind of leans in towards you, and says an elven to you as well. He's like, "I hope that is true," and kind of gives you a wink, and then kind of walks over to the next,
I see you've made a friend on Glathering. Grandbeer.
And walks up and starts to like serving others. You're in front of this guy with his armor set, and he kind of sees that you walk over. He goes,
"Oh, well, I say, hey, you have quite the sprightly fellow beside you. How say you a competition, you and I?"
It's the Diedrich. And he looks, he's like,
"By the look of things, maybe even you could step in the ring with my automaton 836.
Dietrich is gonna look down his nose, his moobs, and his gut at this snide little man. My sir, I do not have competitions. I merely buy the trophy. Now you said, he says through kind of somewhat labored breaths, your automaton. What is this shabby, dull piece of armor that stands before me?
This is my steel armor 826 automaton. It's quite a work of art, if I do say myself. I learned a little bit of enchanting magic from the provinces of the Elven Empire. I'm sure you've heard of such lands and such magics, yes?
Dietrich's eyes will kind of light up with the word enchanting. Yes! He like kind of juggles a coin through his fat, pudgy fingers. I have heard of such enchanting magics. And he like kind of palms the coin and then puts it like palms it after rotating it through his fingers, and then opens his palm and it's gone. In fact, I've made quite a pretty platinum off of some enchanting magic. So what say you about this piece of merchandise, then?
He's like, oh, this is not for sale unless, this is kind of a work in progress, I assure you. Once I have mastered the arts of the arcane, I will be putting these on mass sale for everyone. The growth will be so prosperous, everyone will benefit from having one of these in their employ, I assure you. But right now, this is my only working prototype. However, it is quite robust, I assure you, and to prove it so, I can definitely take on any of your compatriots. If you would like to see it martial in combat, I would be more than happy to assist you.
Yes, Fuzzy Navel, please step up to the plate and smack this hunk of metal for me. I wish to see its metal. I'm glad you caught on that we change your name every time.
It's so good. Oh, I can't even.
So you're doing an
accent,
accent? Is that what I'm understanding?
Imagine if Orin were like this all the time.
Oh my god.
Get out my snout! No more words, only fighting. God, I hope this door explodes too.
Oh god.
Hold on. Give me 1 second. He's like, one-on-one sounds good to me. However, if you have more party members fighting with you, I will say, if you disable my golem, it will take quite some time and quite some magic to bring it back. So I say it would be less of a reward if you were to beat it. However, if I do prove its mettle in combat and I defeat your warrior, I would require some compensation, of course.
If your warrior can best shiggle-shaggle, then you will earn yourself the patronage of Dietrich von Hohenheim.
He kind of looks back and forth, like guarding his eyes, kind of rubs his hands again as he goes, and how much is that worth in, I'd say, gold, perhaps?
Well, how much would you need to complete your project?
Oh, I'd say it's been quite some time, but with sufficient investing on your part, perhaps up front, then we would be able to complete this work in maybe 6 to 8 months, I believe. Just a significant investment of, I would say,
So Dietrich's
600 gold would be great and sufficient in building this empire, and in 6 months we would have a working prototype to bring to market.
Dietrich's expression is going to very quickly sour the moment he says, up front, "You must take me for a novice. Up front? Absolutely not. You show me results of your whatever this pile of scrap is, and we'll talk coin."
All right. Roll a persuasion check for me.
Your name?
No, you want. Oh, my name. Oh, you talk to Zorthal. It's good to see you, and good to bring some newcomers into. It's rare that invitations are extended out beyond the family borders. However, it's nice to see some color brought to our party, so to speak.
Yes, I've already forgotten your name because it doesn't matter.
Roll your persuasion check with disadvantage now.
Okay.
You just fucking did that to yourself. Hold on, where's my D&D screen?
No, no. You are going to destroy this pile of garbage to prove a point.
Okay, 13. He's like, okay, well, I see 600 might be a bit steep to up front. So I say, if I lower consumption and do a little bit of working around with the next warehouse, then perhaps with a little bit of magic, we can get something worked out for you in, say, 350 gold upfront. The other one.
Wait just a minute here. You flim-flam artist. Are you not here to show and present your product? Did you not challenge my man, Flickle Flackle?
I don't believe that was his name.
See, now you have played your hand. You clearly do not understand what money is. Dietrich is gonna like pull out 10 platinum and just drop it for Orin to catch. You see, his name is whatever the fuck I feel like saying his name is. Do you understand me?
Make a deception check, Orin.
That's funny.
You brought Orin in on this.
Hot.
It's a hot 14, right?
Hot.
You know what I'm saying? Alright. Alright. He goes. Alright, he looks across to you and goes, I apologize. Perhaps well, let us test his mettle in battle. However, I will say 300
What you will
gold.
get is you will get half up front. If your machine beats Wizwork, then I will pay you the other half afterwards. And then we will discuss the terms of investiture to market. And perhaps, and he's gonna run his fingers together. Who are you?
What's going on?
Don't stand so close to me. Do you know who I am? Yes, I absolutely know exactly who you are. You are the person who made me late to this gathering.
Everybody is starting to look and stare at what is going on in the center of this party. Whatever was happening prior to is now all the attention is being drawn in your direction.
Now then, short little inventor man, I believe you were bragging about your giant, well, medium tall piece of iron.
He's like,
Good best fuzzy wuzzy in a good old fisticuffs.
Yes, if you're still game, I'd be happy to
Yes,
show everyone in this
absolutely.
party,
So half now.
exactly what my automaton is able to do.
So half now. And if I win, then I gain exclusive rights over your invention. And if you win, then I owe you another. How much you say? 300 gold? Absolutely. and you will earn the patronage of Dietrich von Hohenheim. And he will hold his arms out, making sure most everyone is listening to him.
Kind of, the guy shakes his head. He's like, I don't believe I'm going to give you my prototype without you paying for it. I'm happy to sell it to you, the whole thing. Whole thing. Wow, that'd be my life's work. That would be everything that I have ever done.
Do not worry. When I say you will give me the whole thing, I merely mean that profits will be all of mine. I will maintain 100% licensure on distribution of your lovable project. You will still have artistic creational rights.
You understand that I have to work. This is my only piece of equipment. I have to work.
Absolutely, and I will provide you with the environment in which you need to make sure you are working.
Are you? You're lying, right? So make a deception check.
I'm absolutely lying.
Yeah, make a deception check.
You don't think an army of these suits would be fun?
I mean, like, okay, so it's not an absolute lie. It's about 50-50. Dietrich...
We're just having a little bit of fun here.
Dietrich believes everything he is saying. Alistair knows that depending on what the actual dollar amount is, there is a ceiling to this. But he does have intentions on weaponizing what is standing right before him.
Okay.
We already had one of these that almost works, right? Or that did work before we destroyed it.
All right. He's like, okay, well, I mean, I guess I have some of the notes that I've been taking, and they're a little bit scrambled. But if I did a little bit of work, if I were to do this,
Boy, what are you talking about notes? Does it look like I want to read your chicken scratch? I don't want your notes. I want you.
Certainly not. I believe I can assist you in that. Let's talk about it after our competition. However, to buy my full enterprise, I would say it would cost you to buy my automaton that I created through magical properties. Then I would say
so what you're saying is you don't have the faith that your, what did you call it, magical automaton can beat... I don't really care what I call you right now, but the furry man behind me.
Not in the slightest. I'm intrigued to give you your show, and it seems everyone else here is in line to see some entertainment as well. So, without further ado, if you'd step aside, I would love to show you what my automaton would be able to do to your compatriot here.
Yes, and before we get started,
let's... Fuzzy Wuzzy, I believe was one of your names, so nice to meet you, Fuzzy Wuzzy. It'll be good to see you, and I'll do my best to make sure that you do not get too, physically injured, hopefully, fatally, not so. Yes.
So before they begin their fisticuffs, we must shake on our agreement. If your robot wins, then I will owe you another 300 gold, and you will earn my patronage, meaning whatever expenses you may incur, you can bill them to the estate of Dietrich von Hohenheim, and I will ensure that you are 100% reimbursed and taken care of. If my furry man wins, then you come work for me, full stop.
He looks around. He's like, this would be employment, yes?
You would be mine, yes.
I'm sorry, I'm not volunteering myself for slavery, regardless of the situations.
Slavery is illegal here in Zarash. Don't you know that?
Well, that is the case, yes. Indentured servitude is very similar, and the contractual lines are actually quite thin.
Did you not see me shake dozens of platinum coins in front of this beast of burden? You think I would not pay you?
The piece of armor starts shambling over in
What-
front of the.
Dietrich will extend his hand. Yes, you will be paid. It is employment.
In front of the fireplace, or the there's kind of a line drawn in this. It kind of draws itself a line in the sand, and you guys, fine, very well. In one-on-one combat,
Yes.
feel free.
Now, before we get started, Fuzzy Wuzzy was a good bear, and he must know this. So Dietrich is gonna walk over and kind of like reach up and like put his hands on his shoulders, giving him a massage, and very quietly say, I want you to lose. You damn well better make it look good. Yes! Fuzzy Wuzzy was indeed a good bear, and Dietrich's gonna give him a hearty slap on the back.
All right. So, this guy kind of Zorthal kind of walks up to oh shit. Let me put that on the map layer. Kind of up to the competition, walks past you, Sid, and kind of looks at you up and down, kind of like sizes you up a little bit, and kind of just steps past you and looks at it.
Sid's just become too enamored by like what's happened right now to even have his own play.
Yeah, he kind of mean mugs you a little bit. I guess he game recognized game or something like that. And
The other artificer.
he kind of like looks up and down his automaton, and kind of like just says off. He's like, "All right, single combat. Good luck to you, Fuzzy Wuzzy, was it? Yeah, he's like, I promise you, I mean you no harm, and honestly speaking, I would not like it always to come out to physical combat, but sometimes, whenever you build something that is as physically capable as, say, my automaton, then more often than not, people like to lend it to violence, so I apologize to you in advance." And he goes, "Well, so be it, everybody. And again, good luck, but I hope you lose. Thank you." And he kind of
He had no hair.
kind of like runs this way. And Alistair, are you gonna stay there, or are you kind of backing up?
I'm gonna give Shiggle Shaggle all the room he needs.
All right. All right. They look over to this. They look over to this lizard folk, who grabs one of the torches.
You know what? I believe we ought to be taking bets.
Yeah, the guy.
Oh yes,
the guy
yes.
the guy that was serving drinks, his ears perk up, and he like walks over. He's like, "I'll take the bets. Yeah, sure. Yeah, let's go. What? It's gonna be what? 3 to 1. 3 to 1. We got 3 to 1 odds."
Sid's gonna look at Alistair and
Alistair
how much should I
winks.
bet? I'm gonna bet a good amount of platinum on the robot.
Okay. So it's 3 to 1. It's 3 to 1 that the robot will win.
So what's the payout? Just
No.
Man.
So if Orin wins, you get 3 times your payout. If the robot wins, then you get like a little bit more. You get a little bit of a payout. You get like everybody's expecting the robot to win. So you're at 3-1 odds. 1,000 gold. Do you have 1,000 gold, Anvir? Where's all the gold at in the party?
We have platinum, so I mean like
10 gold to 1 platinum. So whatever the equivalent is.
I have to subtract 30 platinum because I gave him 30 platinum.
I don't know if I have any on my character sheet.
What's going on right now?
I have 1,030 gold.
Okay.
No. I would tell Anvir to bet on the robot.
So there are other people in the crowd that could potentially be betting on Orin.
So you
Orin
brought
should probably,
Orin, but you didn't bet on him.
so like, no,
This is a
I'm
long
not
call.
betting. I'm not betting. Actually, no. Yeah, Dietrich would bet 50 gold on Orin. But he needs to, or like, I feel like Orin would know this to make a show of the whole getting ready thing.
Yeah. Oh, how about that? You and Anvir both like make a show of betting 50 gold on him, and then I'll bet like 1,000 on the robot.
Actually, I'll bet. I mean, it's
So
gonna stay
you
in
would
the
get
party,
roughly
but
1,300 gold if you win.
I'm gonna bet 10 platinum on Orin.
Okay, so that's that's 100 gold.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The guy collects your coin and keeps walking around picking up collections and stuff. So if the robot wins collectively, you'll get 1,300 gold, or you'll get an extra 300 gold back at the moment, because it's still everybody's planning on the robot winning anyway. So
That doesn't mean we can't run a scam.
yeah, hey, 300 gold is 300 gold. And the guy keeps walking around picking up. He's like,
This is what we do.
and the lizard folk, there's an orc there, kind of walks up to his lizard folk friend. He's like,
"Oh, when my lizard folk friend blows this fire, you begin combat. Ready!"
and the lizard folk goes, "Ready!" and blows. Okay, and blows a fire, and roll initiative for me. I'm going to roll initiative as well. Are you serious? Oh my god. Alright, well, this thing is not a pushover.
Just attack with stuff that doesn't do any damage.
Anvir and I did.
Alright. Hold on, let me. Okay. You said you rolled a. Well, yeah, you're going first anyway. Go ahead. What are you gonna do?
Oh, good. Because I don't want like what happens if we win. That is not what I want to happen.
There is a greater scheme afoot here.
Uh, 24 hits. Okay.
You know, you could try to like miss with style instead of
13
just
damage?
You wanted to lose.
The guy did seem pretty confident in it beating you, so like.
Okay.
Yeah, that robot might just rock you.
It looks like you like legitimately you clawed through his torso, right? Like up and through it. So as your claws like tear through the leather, and actually you feel it actually dig through some of the steel in it and carve it out. There's like a gash or two inside of the steel. This thing looks unfazed. Like there's no helmet, there's nothing in the helmet. It's just there. It's just like looking. It's just kind of the armor. You can tell the armor is focused forwards, but it looks almost unaffected by whatever you just did to it. It doesn't wince in pain. It doesn't double over. It's not a normal creature, so it doesn't really have the cues that Orin is used to notice damage. That's a miss. All right, this thing is going to swing twice on you.
Dietrich is gonna look at Auric over his man boobs and his crossed arms. If there was a measure of approval, that would probably be what Dietrich could muster.
Oh, so low. Swung and missed a longsword twice at you.
Wow.
It seems that you might have thrown it off balance. It's not used to actually taking damage from these fights. Roll a deception check.
I feel like we're watching soccer.
Make a deception check for me.
Oh. He dodged too hard.
So it'd be a 15.
Yeah, it automatically does.
Yeah. 15. Okay. Not bad. Still, though, they know that you did it to yourself and not that this thing did it to you. So they're like, you're starting to hear like the whistles and the claps start to die down a little bit. People are like, yeah, all right, cool.
What was that, shock fuck? Get back on your feet and show that metal piece of shit what for.
Alright, it's your turn.
As soon as the tail erupts through Orin's like very nice pants. Ah, wait! I just paid for those.
Yeah, people are starting to get a little worried. That's hit.
Oh, so there's just a hole for it?
He just had an
That actually
asshole
does give
all
way a
day.
little easier. There's no seam there. It just kind of opens up through a flap.
It's his poop flap.
That hits. It's 11 piercing damage. Okay. All right. Cool. All right. It's going to swing at you again. Yeah, that one hits. That the 13 should. It's a plus. It's plus like 6, so 19 to hit. Okay. So you knock it out of the way. Okay, that misses. All right. So he misses both of his attacks again.
Haha! What
Get out of the
say
way.
you, Robot?
Orin, it's your turn.
Robot.
Raged again? Oh.
Roll a percentage die for me.
Oh.
I'm gonna say 80 to 100. If you roll within that range, let me know.
Slash roll d20 slash roll d100.
Okay, that's low enough. All right, you're fine. Okay. You get in. It's a miss.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just. And there's not a lot of there's not a lot of purchase on it. Your teeth kind of slide off of it as it kind of moves out of the way. It grinds against your teeth a little bit.
Feels weird. Like biting a fork.
Is that your attack? It's a 21 to hit.
Ah!
So I finally hit you.
I hope it's a one-hit knockout.
Yeah,
Just
what
a
if-
fucking like uppercut after the bite, right
You
up
take
underneath the
12
chin.
points of slashing damage
What?
as
Here's the sword.
this two-handed sword finds its way into your clavicle. Digs it in a little bit and then pulls back and gets ready to fight again. Yep. Yeah, this thing's not a joke.
Yeah, you could just like take a fall if it hits you like 2 or 3 more times.
You're both designed not to die, so there you go.
I'm expecting the guy that created it to come out after a few more turns and like ring a bell and be like, all right, that's round 1. Ding, ding, ding.
No, you're good. Not slowing down, yeah, no. Not yet. Okay. Miss. Miss. That's a 22 to hit and a 19 to hit. Okay. You take 11 points of damage. Oh wait, hold on. Yeah, 11 points of damage and 12 points of damage. Yep. As he cuts into you twice again. Just relentless.
Azora's tail whip cracks.
Breaks the sound barrier. Yeah. Go for it. That's a hit. Ooh. Or with your tail? I'm sure it does. Mm-hmm. You gotta let me know whether it's your tail, your fists, or your teeth. So it's supposed to be fists? Okay. No, you're good. Looking pretty hurt now. Miss. Just dodges out of the way. Comes back at you again. That's a 14 to hit. No, wait. Yeah, 16. No. No, 14 to hit. And like a 20 something to hit. 20 something hits, right? Okay. Bam. Oh, that's good. 13 points of damage to you. No, wait, yeah, we decided we wanted to round up, so yeah, 7. That was your choice, guys, not mine. That's his turn. Go ahead. That's hits. Okay. Ooh, ouch. And you bite right into it.
None
All right.
whatsoever.
Done? Yeah, sure, go for it. Yeah, roll an athletics check for me. Okay. Yeah, you get advantage on strength checks.
It's 13. You're not able to, like, it kind of scrapes your teeth a little bit, but you're not able to get it off. You do get it loose, though. You hear a couple of leather straps snap underneath it, just like.
Alistair is going, or Dietrich is going to free action cackle in a very, like, fat kind of voice. Look at him! My bloodthirsty Floffelnoogle! He rips the beast asunder!
Roll a intimidation check for me. Mav, whatever the fuck your name is. Maverick.
Dietrich?
Dietrich, yeah.
Yes.
All right.
That's your mission.
All right. Next up is its turn. It's gonna smack you. Again. Oh. Yeah, it's not gonna happen. 2d0.
You got 2d0s.
That's a what is that? A 20? It's like a 21 to hit. I'm sorry, it's +6 to hit. That's a 20, 23. It's 12 damage. Slashing damage. This just cuts into you again. This thing is like you're actually impressed that this is the weirdest thing that you fought recently, because it just like everything else bleeds. This thing is like just nowhere near anything like that. We'll find out. It's your turn.
Come on, Ottoman 826, you got this. I believe in you with the power of magic.
Okay. Roll a perception check for me. I don't know. This looks like a piece of armor that's been hit a couple times.
Nope, you rolled persuasion. You need to roll perception.
No, you didn't do that. It's definitely looking hurt. I mean, I guess, again, it's not bleeding or anything, so you have no idea. But you can tell, like, it's slowed down significantly. It's still making pretty solid connections. Like, those last couple hits they definitely felt real. So it's still, like, moving pretty well. But, like, compared to when you first started fighting it, this is a shallow comparison. You wouldn't be able to tell whether, like, this thing's organs are failing, whether it's about to bleed out or not yet, whether it's like on its last adrenaline rush, like you have no cues like you would a normal like creature. So it's looking hurt, like really bad, but you don't really know where the death line is for it. Yeah, that's a miss. 19's a miss. All right. Go swing again. It's a 21 to hit.
All right. He hits you. 7 points of damage. Mm-hmm. Right across you. Go for it. What's your plan? What's your escape plan here? Okay. You start to shrink down. Okay.
So, hang on. Roll to 25.
25 hits. Go ahead, Alistair.
Alistair catches Orin's fist, or Dietrich catches Orin's fist.
30.
Sleight of hand.
Natural 20.
It's unarmed, and you're not raging.
You wouldn't recognize him?
And mine's plus 10. Well, we can say I deflected instead of catching it.
Yeah. Sleight of hand.
Like pushing it away or whatever.
A deflection.
Fucking out of nowhere, a blue streak of. It looks like the Pepsi symbol with like how fast it moves. Just smacks Orin's fist barely out of the way.
And like Dietrich is gonna like lightly pop him on the cheek. You lost your rage. You lost the battle.
He just slides up and slaps you out of the way.
I can't think of any other way to like end it convincingly where we're still gonna make money off of this. Like
right before the battle ends, he goes, "Automaton 826 throw!" And it still swings.
It misses once, and then connects with the second one.
Does it hit me or does it hit Orin?
How in the way did you get?
Dietrich? Like very much in the way, like intercepting both. Like
then
them.
Yeah, it's a. Hold on, that's plus 6, so it's a 14 to hit and a 22 to hit.
Yes, it hit me.
And this is for Dietrich.
Nah, and I have like some fast healing.
That is pretty high. That's 12 damage.
Alright, let me see my...
And this thing hacks across your arm that's kind of like outstretched. Hits bone. You feel it. Like, oh, it dug deep. Like, Orin's been taking these hits. This thing has not been hitting light. And then, after the guy calls out, he's like, Zorthal calls like, "No, Autobot 826, stop, wait." He kind of like freezes in place and kind of and just kind of goes neutral again.
I can't find the fucking piece of armor.
And he goes, I'm terribly sorry, so you can see the fight. I told you, my automaton, it can just, you put on an impressive show, but he slaps his automaton like in the back of the shoulder. He's like, but automaton 826 has been a formidable opponent, yes.
Where the hell is Discord? There it is.
He's like, ah.
So I knew that question was coming. 'Cause that's what that performance role was.
This guy walked over to you and starts looking at your arm. He's like, I am terribly sorry. Let me help you with that. And he like reaches or like starts trying to like throw some kind of like linen wraps around your clothed hands. He's trying to.
I was gonna ham it up, but I didn't know he was gonna do that. So I'll just not ham it up and let him.
He rips back your cloak and starts trying to like. He looks at, he winces at it. He kind of like vomits in his mouth a little bit. He looks a bit squeamish, but he's trying his best. You can roll an insight check if you want to, but yeah, he's rapping and they're kind of falling underneath where the weight of your.
I walk over and say, "Move out of the way. Let a professional do this."
Shut up, boy! You look barely a day over 13.
I say, now listen to me. Doesn't this feel better? And I cast a level 2 healing word on him.
Go for it.
Make them both bow with him. Thank you, my lady. We are master players, and we put on this show for your benefit.
Make a deception check. The guy looks really confused. The guy that was like his armor, his automaton is here. He's like, I had no part. I'm confused. I'm
gonna say like kind of loudly under my breath. Don't, because I rolled really low on the deception, so I'm gonna like say kind of loudly under my breath, like. It would be uncouth for us to have brought violence to a young lady's coming of age. We should make it look like this was all part of the plan set forth by her parents.
He winks and he's like, I understand completely. And he kind of like stiffens up. He gets, I don't know these people. I don't know. I will say that I did win this competition, so I'd love to get paid, though, huh?
Absolutely. All right, so I owe him 30 more plat, and
you lose all the betting gold. The automaton won, though, so Sid, you get 300 gold.
Cool.
Added to your inventory, and you get all your investment back as well.
Yeah. That means we're only losing 100 gold in this whole endeavor.
You hedged,
right? You spent 100.
Huh? It is stopped being aggressive. It's not stopped moving. Mm-hmm. It's got big gashes in it. It's missing some of its pieces. You did manage to tear off a couple of chunks that are just laying limply on the ground and kind of in the sand. Other people are kind of watching and clapping. Some of them were like, "Yeah, I told you that automaton would win." It's like, I really thought the beast-looking thing had a lot of fight in it, and like they're all kind of just like talking like in the.
No. So Dietrich is gonna put back his performance on, hand the little inventor man 30.
I could have swore that big fella was gonna win, but looks like that magic contraption that person took care of sounds really good.
Well, I thought it was really good too, but
yeah, I mean, what he did, he called it a robot, right?
They're all just like they're all discussing and gussing about. You're trying to talk to the automaton?
He's trying to-
Oh, you're trying to talk to Zorthal. Yeah, you can approach Zorthal. That's fine. Yeah, you hold on. Let me get appropriate music again. I need to turn off the battle music. Where is it? You walk up to him after the combat. You see him kind of polishing that piece of armor that you guys were fighting. It looks like he's looking at the wounds, and he looks a bit gutted. Despite the fact that he's about to get paid, he still looks at this contraption that he made with the most love you've ever seen in a mortal's eyes. That he looks upon this contraption, and he kind of like looks over his shoulder, like half-heartedly, and he's like,
Oh, hey, how, you came with that, the big fella and, his compatriot that fought my contraption, yes? Yes, well, welcome. I am Zorthal. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. It's rare that elves get an invitation to such an event such as this. I would say I am a big fan of your people. I spent quite a bit of time in the Elven Empire. That's where I learned a lot of my prowess that I've been able to bring overseas, including here in the great city of Zarash. So it's good to see that I have some familiar faces, despite them not originating here from Zarash. Automaton 826, yes, he is my pride and my lifelong project. I keep working on him as best I can. The damn thing keeps breaking all the time, but one must make money, and all of these buffoons like a good fight, you know. And so that's kind of why I build this. I have been on many a vessel. I've sailed the vast seas. I would love to tell you one day of my stories across and in foreign lands. I have been to the continent. I mean, I am from originally the continent of Dunganon, and I've spent some time in the all of the Cheshire in the. Oh, well, I would love to tell you. Oh, well, join me over at my tent, and I'd be happy to tell you a little bit more about my my travels abroad.
I don't know you anymore. You lost.
Was that?
Zorthal.
Zorthal. Yes, it seems like you might have some a little bit of prowess with magic yourself. So join me over at my tent. It'll be a pleasure to talk to you.
Kind of walk beside his tent. You see a whole bunch of like scrap pieces of metal and like a whole bunch of
a whole bunch of like other kind of like bits and baubles, like kind of lining the inside of the tent. Looks like he set it up. Looks like these tents have been here a couple of days. Looks like this family hosts these kinds of festivals frequently, and there's been a couple of people that have made their namesake here within the courtyard walls. It seems like there's enough wealth here to even establish their own little kind of colonies within the empire, or at least in the city walls of Zarash. This guy, he kind of brings you over to his tent. He sits you down on a stoop, like a stump. He kind of like rolls over a log and sits down on in front of it and grabs some meat off of the fire. Hands you a piece of it as well. Looks like kebabbed, like rat or whatever, and he grabs some to himself and starts snacking on it. Seems very content with himself and the performance of his automaton. The automaton, by the way, Orin, it has since like kind of stood up from its position, as shambly as it is, and has made its way as best it can back to Zorthal. Okay. Go for it. Kind of shuffles through the dirt. Turns around for 180 and then just stands there silently, looking out vacantly towards Sid. Zorthal kind of like raises a finger at you, like, and then just keeps talking to Anvir. Yeah. So tell me, it seems like you are from abroad as well. Not a native of Zarash, or maybe your family made residence here. Are you an immigrant, a son of an immigrant, or are you from abroad? I have so many questions for you as well. How did you get an invitation over to this party? It's quite curious. Kind of cocks his head at you. His eyes light up immediately. He kind of looks at you, looks across at you. He's like, "I'm sorry, I'm not quite sure what you're asking of me. If this is compensation for the fight, I'm sorry." He looks over at he looks at the construct and Orin, like talking at it, and he just like kind of shakes his head, looks back at you. Roll a persuasion check for me. Persuasion check. Sidron, what are you up to at the moment? And also, what did our loud fella that I forget his name already? Daedric. What is he up to? Holy shit.
I'm just watching everything go down. I'm pretty tired, honestly.
He
Oh yeah, it
looks
is 11
across.
o'clock. This is like time.
Oh yeah, we can call it here. But he looks at you and he looks at the platinum and he looks at his construct and we'll end on this. He looks back at you and Envir. He goes, "I would be happy to do some trial runs, perhaps with some people in tow. Yeah, let me know where you're going, and I'd be happy to. I can easily move this tent behind me. So yeah, just let me know when you're ready to make your way out of the city, and I'll happily lend my services to you for a nominal fee, of course." He takes it. He kind of like runs back into his tent. It seems like he puts it somewhere, comes back out, and starts like packing up a little bit. He seems like he's already like lost interest in this party, and is like starting to kind of move things, or like slowly pack his shit. Like he's like, okay, I'm kind of done here, kind of. But yeah, we'll end it there. I am.
Yes, for a shot. I don't know if I'm sticking around for the post show or not, but yes to a shot. Well, y'all fucked it up, but so the whole point was Orin was supposed to lose while also showing how strong this automaton is. So, like, okay. It's not even a prototype. The dude just needs money and time. And we're literally on, like, still pre-war / Cold War stages of what is effectively World War One. And this dude is trying to show off what is an analog to the shotgun of trench warfare. And what I wanted to have happen was Orin to put on a good show and lose, so we basically show how strong the shotgun is in our metaphorical trench warfare, and then use the right people as the only source of procuring said metaphorical shotgun to both sides of the war. We did none of those things. Anvir just secured... No. Y'all, we effectively just secured, yes, his employ, and we could arguably sell them, but we effectively just secured what would have happened if we won, which is now we have to pay him bunches of money to make his automatons just for us. With unknown details as to what that contract looks like for now. Which could be good or bad. But, like, my original plan was... Alright, so... Maybe y'all don't read high fantasy literature. But, like, we're at a ball. Who do you think is here? Like, I realize it is the birthday of, like, a 13 or 16-year-old or whatever, but, like, that's in 1100, like, AD, that's fucking, like, I'm gonna have a baby age. Like, it is a surprise that she is not married yet. She is probably engaged to someone here. So who do you think is here? Other than us pretending to be people that are important. Who do you think is here? All the nobility in this city. More than likely, in addition to all of the rich people in this city, there's also probably foreign dignitaries. It's also possible that because a war is about to break out, that either emissaries, ambassadors, retired generals, or commanders from both Dungannon and Aerthris and Stone Peak are also here. And here's this dude who has this weapon that he's not calling a weapon. He's calling it like a servant or whatever. And I'm trying to showcase, no, this is a weapon. And here's my big ass bodyguard that just raged out 3 times and still lost, right? And that's the whole point, is that there's a, like, we don't know who's in this crowd because we didn't bother to do any, like, you know, whatever, because we just happened to see a potential breadcrumb and, like, we all dove all over it because, you know, that's the kind of players we are. But, like, we didn't do any schmoozing, so we don't actually know who's in here, so maybe nobody's in here. But, like, it's very possible that someone or information about this automaton, because you have to remember where we are in the world of magic right now in this world. The fact that this dude is literally making the Warforged race, that's what he's doing. He's making the Warforged race. They don't exist right now. He is making them. And he is about to make a war machine. And we're trying, like, Alistair's goal is that he just sees this opportunity, like, this is a method of having monopoly on warfare. Not even it's not even about the profits. It is about having a monopoly on warfare. Imagine that. Imagine having this,
though.
like...
You didn't forfeit it yet. You didn't forfeit it yet, though. You technically
True.
got it in your employ.
Maybe. It depends. Like, I don't know. Like, I have no idea, like, what he thinks is about to happen, because the way that we, like, gained his employment was using his automatons as servants, not as war machines.
He has no idea the capabilities of his bots. I mean, Zorthal, yeah, I think, I mean, if we're in the post show now, I think Zorthal's, right now, he's more into the art of it. Like, he's
Sure.
really in,
You're right.
like,
I'm sure he's probably more concerned with the piston that fires the needle into the fabric rather than the piston that fires the needle into the bullet. Like, I don't think he concerns himself with what it is that's causing the hammer to fall down, right? But, like, my point is, what I'm saying is, like, this is what we tried to do. 100%. And I was going to try to do it cheaper than what I feel like we bought in for. Because the way it was phrased, it made it sound like you put, like, this guy probably thinks Anvir's about to just write him a blank check. That the Holoron Empire is about to write him a blank check. That's what he thinks is about to happen. That is what I wanted to avoid. That's why I wanted Orin to throw the battle. Because I offered him a blank check if we won. Does that make sense? We would have had less money, and we would have been on the hook for paying him more money if you had won. Whereas, if you won... or literally any other country. Hello? What? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. No, that's what I'm talking about. Is like that's what I mean. Like, there is more than likely a representative of a country here. And if not, they're going to hear about it and they're going to want to talk to this dude, which ruins the whole monopoly thing. Yes, like he needs to be he needs to be hidden and like sequestered away and monopolized by the right people as quickly as possible.
Congratulations,
that's Alistair's
guys!
goal.
You guys hired an asset. Defend it. If you kill him, his knowledge dies with him.
So that was what my point of contention was just about his upkeep. Is I feel like you may have promised him more than what I was willing to pay him. That's all. That was like my only point of contention.
team. If we couldn't have the construct, we need the genius behind the construct, and then at least have.
Sure, he could be
some...
Sidron's whipping boy.
Yeah, for all intents and purposes, I feel like he's gonna be Sid's bitch. Like,
possibly him and.
I don't think Sid has that kind of personality.
Zorthal.
I feel
and
like Sid would be like, no, I feel like you have really good ideas. It's just that mine are better. Like, I feel like that would be the way that Sid would go about doing it. Also, does everyone have a drink in front of them? Because we've been holding on to these
I need to
shots
pour
for
one
a
right now.
minute.
go.
Go. Yo, drink.
Wait. Need to po.
Pour it up. It's in a cup.
gasoline.
Drinking rainbow.
What?
Yep.
Gasoline.
I do have to interrupt this. The convincing Alistair to mimic Malik's voice is one of the biggest shortcut plays I have ever seen in D&D.
But
No
what a
fucking
time
kidding.
saver.
Yeah.
The fact that you did that in character was amazing. Because, like, I thought about it after I did it. I was like, was that meta? Like, no. He did that in character. He's seen me do it before. Because I've done it
Yeah.
before.
In game,
And I did it in
even
front of
before
Orin.
Game, in story, it's supposed to be part of our backstory that Orin knows that you can do that, and that's why Orin wasn't It's one of the reasons Orin wasn't speaking. Is he wanted to make sure you had enough time with Anton to mimic his voice.
Beautiful.
But everyone,
Smart play.
raise him if you got him. Cheers. Cheers, guys.
Zach, how'd
Yeah.
you feel about it?
I mean, I'm happy that you guys did it. It's really cool, and I think that it plays into the story very well. Like, I think that would be a cool moment for any story, and not. I mean, it doesn't matter whether, like, I had a whole bunch of stuff in there in that mansion for you guys to go hang out and do.
You mean to die from? Yeah.
But
I got the vibe. It was
but
more
the
like
fact that you were
July
able
treasure
to
stuff.
play to your strengths again, I don't look at your character sheets very closely, and like so. But I also know that I've read that before on your character sheet, and that's something that you can do. You rolled very high, yeah, he's not smart, but he's not dumb, and he failed his check. There was an opportunity for him to be too far away to hear you, but he was not. He was hiding in a different room, and so he came down and appeared where he wanted to, where he always appears.
We can add.
I thought he was just gonna walk back in, and when he appeared right next to Anton, I was like, great.
We can add him into.
Fantastic.
And
Zorthal for a downtime.
I am sad that you guys did not get his mask, but
I wanted it when he.
it's so good, and it's gone forever. It's going back into Anton Malik's chambers.
Price you pay.
Oh well.
But it's the price you pay for victory, and it was a quick and dirty victory for sure. Like, yeah, so I'm happy for it. Again,
How does Anton Malik feel about how we solved that problem?
Fucking pissed.
He's
bro.
disappointed.
Yeah.
In
But-
us or in Giz?
Giz, for sure. No, and his employee, for sure. No, like, he's thoroughly impressed by the right people. He is and again, like, it's like he has very little patience for mortals. So the fact that you've impressed him is like, there's something there.
I was about to say, I feel like it's more, even though we lost out on the mask, I feel like the big win here is the fact that we impressed this dude.
Yeah.
Because-
I strongly agree.
Like, we have one merchant lady, princess, whatever, that wants us to do things. That particular mission is still unresolved, but it's also like an ongoing thing, and she also probably recognizes that it's not exactly like oh, hey, this is going to be done like in a week kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be like, she's asked
That's
us
why
to plot.
that's why there was a whole test in front of it. There was
Yeah.
a whole mission that you guys had to do prior to even getting this task.
Yeah, like, I mean, she's basically asked us to plot a subtle weakening, not a downfall, but a subtle weakening in the position of.
That's how little faith she has in you, and how big of a problem she sees.
You know,
Well,
what's
not just
funny
that, but it's like
is
it also has to be subtle because it can't be major either, right? Like because
it feels like Anton respects us more than Balthus does.
Anton's more. I think Anton has less to lose by being honest with you. Like
I was gonna say, like I feel like
he can kill you at any point in time. He's not worried about it. So he can just tell you the God's honest truth, and it can be as dirty as it needs to be. And he's just like, all right. That's why he just flaunted Doromir right in front of you. He's like, I control this entire situation.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, like,
Everything
Anton
about
Malik
him.
feels more like a chess player, and Lady Valthorys feels more like a ladder climber.
I see
One's a
that.
politician, the other's a tactician.
Like,
All right, guys, I'm gonna go to bed.
Cody,
Later,
Cody,
man.
But it's been real. Thanks for playing.
Expression.
It's okay.
But it's been like, I don't know. Also, the thing I mentioned that I was gonna have, when we were like talking to Anton Malik, or whatever, and Alistair was like, "Oh wait, I have an idea for that." When he complained about how difficult communication was overseas,
Mhm.
Alistair and Sid are very much gonna tag team the creation of the landline.
Okay. Cool.
Like a window, and it would allow you to see the other person, so you could cast message on them.
From a DM standpoint, that it would need to be a fixed magic item. Like it would have to be something
Yeah.
mounted in the ship, and not something
No.
like not a compact.
Not
that
a
you
not
can
a
pull out
ship.
of
It
your
would be
pocket.
like one of those like body size mirrors. It would
Yeah.
not be like a. That's why I say landline and not cell phone.
But the idea, it's not an item that you would just take with you, so that you could be like, oh shit, we need to contact Anton Malik from the middle of this forest.
That's why I say landline and not cell phone.
Right.
Yeah.
Like it is.
It'll be stationary.
You have a castle and you have a dedicated room
Yeah.
towards this
Yeah.
mirror, and
Yep.
like all these arcane circles, and it would allow you to contact anybody else that had one of these set up.
So, and yeah, like I'm curious what your thoughts are, gentlemen, about like what was your impression of Anton? Like, what do you think of him? And
Overall,
also,
chill
what do you
dude.
think about his position of power? Do you think he's as powerful as he thinks he is, or is he
Feeling
really
very
weak
strong
in a way
positive
that
vibes.
he's flexing?
I think he's underplaying his hand.
I think like if you're talking about ability to kill people, he's underplaying.
Yeah.
I think monetarily, he's about what he's playing.
I think he's a small fish in a big pond, but like very capable of just swallowing us whole.
Definitely
We
a
just
predator.
happened to be entertaining for him when we showed up.
Yeah.
Yes, for an audience.
We
Yeah.
did. I think if we
Because
were
he
4
wanted to
levels
put on a
higher,
show. That's
it would be a whole other conversation. Like I think if we were all level 10, like we would be peers.
I don't think we weren't a threat, and we had nothing he wanted. So the fact that we made it out alive.
No, and so that's why I was
It's a
like,
small
I
mirror.
was also on the fence about telling Anton Malik. Like when Alistair saw Doromir, Alistair did feel a little guilty, and so he was
Warren
very
felt a
tempted
little
to.
guilty. That's.
He
I
was very
waiting for
tempted
you
to be
give me the
like-
signal to rage.
He was very tempted to be like, just so we're clear, like you have your stuff. Doromir was just holding it. We stole it. We didn't know what it was. We just happened upon it and stole it. But you have it. We can call this even.
He
I
was just
decide-
doing it to see what you would do. He's
I was
just,
about to say like,
just
but Alistair
looking at-
also like called
just
the
looking at
play.
you.
Alistair
Yeah.
also called the play and was like, it's better if I just play this stoic. And like, so that's most of like what Alistair was doing was playing a lot of things stoic and apathetic because like Alistair recognized, and I as a player recognized, that we were dealing with someone who didn't give two shits what we did or didn't do for the most part, as long as we didn't touch what was his. So that's why I was trying to like create opportunities for us to be like mutually beneficial rather than literally anything else.
I mean, kudos, honestly.
Because he,
I
at the
feel
end of the
like
day,
you're bobbing and weaving through all my traps. It's
at the end of the day, he's a merchant, right? So like, if I talk to him about money and money opportunities, especially when a war is concerned, if Anton Malik was alive today, he'd be the CEO of Lockheed and Martin, 100%. Like,
If Alistair was?
100%, huh?
If Alistair was alive today, he'd be the...
No, Anton Malik.
Anton Malik, yeah.
Anton is
either that or he'd be like the hedge fund manager that owned majority shares of Lockheed and Martin. That might be the more accurate.
Anton is like the cat of Zarash. He's very curious about things that are going on. Has all the autonomy, like he can go wherever he wants and do whatever he wants to do, but he is kind of limited to the city. And so whenever things kind of like kind of waves kind of like crest.
Oh yeah, you better pray that Alistair does not find the gate technology that is in Hanging Ponds.
Why would you say that?
Teleport him down to the sewers where he's surrounded by one
Gate
running
technology.
water, constantly.
No,
taking
because
20
Alistair
damage
is very much
every
gonna
turn.
like if Alistair finds that and Anton is still like somewhat of a player and they're like in their schemes and their level category. Dollar signs. Because the only thing that really holds Anton Malik back from any measure of conquest, any measure of spread of his influence, is the fact that he's in the goddamn desert as
Guys,
a vampire.
Can we
Can't
ask the
go
question
anywhere.
that I think that like needs to be asked here after this just happened? The right
What?
people just kind of took ownership over an origin to the
Of a
market
race?
of
Isn't
a
that
race.
amazing?
So
Isn't
like,
that amazing?
does that
It's
that
pretty great, actually.
does that have an influence on Hanging Ponds? I feel like
Well, we haven't met any Warforged in Hanging Ponds yet.
I
So,
feel
like,
we're
it
about
might.
to.
It might, yeah, but say it might.
Theoretically,
We also,
I'm just saying
until
theoretically.
you wrote your backstory, we had never met any Loxodons either. So,
Oh,
like,
okay. Damn it! I really should keep writing, just because it's fun.
so I mean, like, there is definitely like, and even then, after our last session with Hanging Ponds, like Zach asked me, is like, how do you feel about the fact that you just saw kind of like echoes of the right people? And I was like, oh, well, what do you mean? He's like, well, and he's like, it wasn't obvious by any stretch. He's like, but
Wait,
there were
what happened?
definitely shadow movements going on with what you were doing. He's like, because like in Hanging Ponds, we saw traces of an assassination. And it had kind of similar call signs to something like some of the things that we have done in the past as the right people. So I mean, like,
Interesting.
there's definitely ripples. You know what I mean?
Okay. Yeah, I could see that.
What's going on?
They were like talking about how big of a deal it is that we basically just kind of stumbled upon as the right people the origin story of a race, which is the war.
Could be.
Theoretically.
It could be.
Could just
so
be a
the
weapon.
Warforged
If he's
are
successful,
more
big
complicated
game.
than just
Right. This guy
automatons.
could just suck a dick, like, you know.
He could just be talking a big game because he relies on magic.
We'll see. We'll give him his funding, or at least Anvir will.
I think, like, if he makes, in his lifetime, if he makes 2,000 of these things, there's a chance that, like, 1 or 2 of them may become Warforged. But
So who's to
The
say
idea that
who's to
this is
say
the
that his
genesis of a
factory
whole
doesn't go
race.
awry and actually just becomes a ruins in Hanging Ponds, and there's just a whole big old factory of automatons that have gone awry and a dead mastermind at the very end with notes that says
Fuck those investors, the right people. They,
It sounds a lot
they double
like-
crossed me. They gave me double. They gave me 200%, but they made me manufacture 300 of these things.
The right people.
This sounds a lot
at
like the
wrong
delaying
time.
taxi cabs in Cyberpunk.
I told them there was a design flaw, but they wouldn't listen to me. They said investment makes profit.
I
Just
said
throw money
more
at all the problems.
industry,
So-
and
that's
they
what my dad
simply
does.
told me more murder, and that's what I
Oh,
did.
my son is emotionally distant. Let's throw money at it. That was the 5 years of my college. All right.
Yeah, my
I'm
Warforged is named Pinocchio. He is a bard, and his nose grows every time he has to make a deception roll.
amazing.
Yes.
And this is his voice the entire time.
I'm a wood golem.
So Zach, how did you feel about this random ass party I pulled out of our ass?
I would-
Yeah, everyone instantly was like, "Oh, we're all different characters. Cool, great, fantastic."
I mean, whatever you want to do, man.
What am I? Wifflebat? Sweet, we're rolling.
No, I think I threw together a pretty dope party.
It is I,
Yes, you
Wifflebat, my liege.
God, that is like
Somehow,
that
we
is
just ended up
amazing
getting drawn to
character
a
acting from
shiny
Warren.
object.
Like,
When we split the party, like if you put Reed and I in the same cluster, like nothing's gonna get done. We're just.
we got stuff done. What are you talking about?
My liege.
Artificer.
Oh, so like how both Sid and Anvir like got behind Alistair while he was pretending to be somebody else, like trying to talk to him as if he was Alistair. Like, who the fuck are you? Like,
Oh man. Oh, I know who you are. You're the asshole who made us late to this whole thing. What a good riff. What a good one-liner. Can we talk about how Anvir completely fucked up introducing everybody and then picking the wrong direction when we went into the...
how did you know what the right direction was?
I didn't. Somehow.
I tried to bury the lead when I was like, oh, I know what direction we're supposed to go. And you literally looked at me, locked eyes, and you were like, left.
Left.
And I was like, alright, fuck me, we're going left. I guess.
Why did you know we need to go right?
Because
In
we're
fact-
the right people.
Okay, so it was that. That's what I thought it was. What was right?
You don't know.
Man, fucking tell me.
I don't have to. As a DM, I don't have to, and I never will.
We're
But
gonna
it's
go
over.
back into
Opportunity's
Malik's
gone.
palace.
It is gone.
And then when he's like, why did you break back in? We're gonna be like, well, your girl, Dragona, didn't tell us what was on the right side. And we had to know.
And that's how you ended up in a TPK, because
And
you're
that was the
too
last
curious.
day of that session. That was that. Because that was the day that we killed Anton Malik and dismantled his entire empire and took over the world.
And that was the end of the campaign. Actually, he was a BBG the entire time.
No!
Wow, we just finished the campaign, guys. Congratulations. We just beat it.
We did it. You did
We
it.
did it.
By theory.
That was
crafting.
quick. What's our next game?
So glad you asked.
Man, what would our like my brain is so fixated
I already told you
on-
where my
on
head
all
is
of
for the next
things
campaign.
that work so well about TRP that all of the other sessions that I think about, all the other campaign worlds are all like Ocean's 11 style, like everyone is some version of like a subversive or criminal like mastermind character. Like the idea where everyone
I don't
plays
think
Batman,
I don't know
but
if I
we all
put
have to
together
wear
that
different
good of
classes.
like a criminal story. I have no idea. It's like I'm just playing a campaign, guys. I'm trying to anyway.
I think
But-
designing a story for a bunch of people who are playing criminals is very difficult because criminals will always do the thing they're not supposed to do. And there's only ever one thing you're supposed to do, but at any moment there's an infinite number of things that you're not supposed to do.
Because
so you have to figure out which ones of those infinite things are going to be the things that my criminals decide that they're going to do in the world.
There's a
Yeah,
line
like
of,
even even
was-
when we played an evil campaign with Short Sleeve, like he still basically turned it on its head and was like created the BBGG and used that as like a driving plot force for us to operate rather than us just being evil, right? He used like a BBGG as a way of making us be railroaded, so to speak. So for you to give us like free reign as a criminal organization, which is also one of the reasons why I just like created a party out of nowhere for us to go to, because it was like, this is the one thing we had been talking about doing. We have no new information. We have no new, like, we have no other story beats, plot threads, breadcrumbs, or anything. However, you did leave us completely unchaperoned in the rich part of town, which is literally nothing but...
and I knew that was something I gave you. I was like, here you are.
Criminals, and you were
You
like,
had
and that
been
was
the
like
dead of
nothing
night,
but
did. Well, I
opportunity.
mean-
and no one is around.
But that was the thing, like, as a DM, like, okay, here's all this content you quote-unquote skipped. All right, so here, if you want to be left to your own devices in the rich part of town, in the richest of rich part of town, what would you do? Like, that's like, that's, as a DM, that's the question I get to be able to ask. Like, I can't prepare for it immediately, but at the same time, I can formulate those answers very, very quickly. I'm like, all right, well, I know what's going on in the world, where you want to go, what do you want to do. I know what would be going on here. I know what would be around here. So, all right, give me a situation, I'll put you in it. And it took me a couple seconds to put that together.
I'm impressed with how quickly you put it together, but also how well you rolled with it. It did feel like once we were in the map and RPing through everything, it did feel like a whole microcosm of the campaign, like, unto itself.
Yeah, it would be. And
it felt
honestly, this would be
intentional.
something that exists in Zerash. There would be people that would import their basically homelands, like, as best they could here, just so they would have some semblance of home. Like,
And
people build, like,
I think
Japanese
that
houses here.
detail, like, and it really brought home just how affluent this area of the city is, to have the money to do something like that.
Especially in this day and age.
Yeah,
it's pretty
exactly.
rough.
That not only can they bring this,
Which
like,
makes the
flora-
Holocron Merchant Empire even more impressive, as vast as it is.
That was
Man,
one of the
y'all
questions
need
I
to
wanted
read
to ask
Mistborn.
Anvir, was when we got into Anton's place, because he is supposed to be some sort of merchant. Oren wanted to ask, but, like, I was supposed to be silent through the whole thing. I wanted to ask Anvir, like, how come your family home is not like this? Why do they not have plants? Why do they not have all the... Because when we visited their stronghold, it was all just palatial marble, granite, and stone all the way
There's a
through.
garden in the middle, but it's enclosed.
You have one garden.
Well,
But it's also a stronghold. It's not their
yeah.
estate.
Oren doesn't know the difference.
Exactly. That's an opportunity for learning.
But that's interesting. Yeah, the HME, I think, just because of where it started earlier, like the way that it was written in, it was kind of like something that started kind of early on, as far as civilizations are concerned. So maybe that had more to do with where it's located, whereas everywhere else it's kind of like on this block, it's going with this theme to go with this people.
Mm-hmm.
I would imagine because the HME is older, their setup would be kind of different and not really abiding by the same rules that the newer establishments are.
All right. I have one more shot in me, and then I'm
Okay.
gonna go.
Sounds good.
I
have my
cannot
drink in
do
front of me.
Another shot, but I will finish this beer with you.
What
I'll
is
do a
that
shot.
bullshit?
He's I'll do a shot as long as it's not absinthe.
Are you?
You don't have to. You don't have to do a shot of absinthe just because I do a shot of absinthe.
Listen, guys, I will not put anything in front of you in this campaign that I don't feel would be not relevant to it. So,
Well-
you guys, I hope that you're enjoying your random excursions into places, and also your, like, I will let you break my game if it makes sense, clearly. So,
The only thing that I didn't like about this session is that Oren totally could have fucking decked that robot, and you guys didn't need to bet on the robot. But you know, whatever. That's whatever. That's besides the point.
I saw that. That's
Okay.
not happening.
that was a
thinking, like,
pretty
oh,
hard fight. It had an
Oren
AC of
has to
20.
lose. This is gonna
It
be
was
rough.
hard because I was trying to not do the right thing all the time.
But think about it this way: if you had won, you would have crushed that man's spirit.
But I also would have crushed that robot.
You would have won. You would have
You
beat
can still
that
do
thing.
that. You
Fucking.
you can still do that. Now that we have him under our employ, you can be like, all right,
Well, that's
let's do
why.
this again for real, and let me show you how strong it needs to be.
That's
Use
why
it for
Oren,
training.
when we finished the whole thing,
Oh my
he was,
God,
he came
guys.
up off the ground and used second wind to heal himself. That's why Oren was like, "Can we just take the robot now? Like, do we need this
No.
guy for
This
anything?"
it needs to be
Downtime.
behind closed doors
Training on
because his
downtime.
shame doesn't need to be for everyone to see. It needs to be in a controlled environment where he is in front of us, masks off, and he understands, and he needs to see you dominate his creation. So he needs to. That way he knows where the benchmark is.
I would love that when we're out to sea and just be like, "Oh, we can like fully let loose, gloves off. Okay, fine. Just throw his shit off."
And
the-
we
off the
continue
side.
to
Oren
finance his
tears the
improvements.
mast in twain. It flies off into the ocean. You guys are
I
stuck
wouldn't
in the
even
middle
do
of the
that.
fucking
I'd be
ocean.
like- Oren would just be like, "Oh, I don't need to hold back at all. Okay, fine." I wouldn't even rage. I'd grab him and throw him off the boat.
You had a steel cuirass on it? Now, would you like a mithril cuirass?
And then
What would
I'd,
it take
I'd
for you to
look
get
at
that?
the guy who made it and be like, "How quickly does he sink?"
He would sink indefinitely. He wouldn't die, but he'd be down there.
I know that. But just like the moment that would hit this,
He walks out of the ocean
artificer-
2.5 decades later, covered in seaweed,
Rusted.
and algae, little
Or
rusty.
fall.
No,
The
he's
moment that
built
would
with
hit
10%
him,
nickel, so
when he
he's
sees
alright.
how quickly this
2%
transpires,
nickel. It's salt water. Like what?
and that's the BBEG at the end of the campaign, is the Warforged we threw off the side of the boat.
Yeah. He became sentient underwater.
The
You there,
Warforged that
what is
could.
your name? My name is Seaweed.
Yo, but what if in Hanging Pond, 700 years later, or however long years later, when we released this ancient, like, anti-celestial evil of darkness, and we think that's going to be the BBEG, but actually, as we reach level 20, this slightly crusty, rusty Warforged walks onto the sandy beach, looks up to the sky and says, "I will murder every bugbear," and begins his conquest of murdering every bugbear,
Barnacle.
and then ends up running into this anti-celestial being and just like one-hit killing him, and that's the BBEG of Hanging Ponds. There you go. 7 centuries later, like
I'm glad
He's
that
just
this
a
is.
fire-
Oren
this is-
single-handedly created the BBEG. Like,
That's what I'm here for.
He did.
all right, here's a shot. I'm gonna
Alright,
take
we
this
have
for
these
Naughty
shots,
5000.
guys. Cheers. Another great session.
Yeah.
Thank you all
Absolutely.
for everything.
Cheers.
It's fun, gentlemen. Glad you're enjoying the campaign. It's hard to prepare for these sessions, so I typically don't.
You're doing a great job.
Yeah, you are. Take care, guys.
And with that,
Later.
I do need to hop out of Discord. I will see you guys in a couple of weeks. Bye, Zach. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Cool. I'm gonna cut here really quick. I don't know how to turn very intense music for everyone. But thank you all for tuning in, sticking around, showing up. Thank you for all of your help and support. Hopefully we've been helpful and supportive as well. That's the reason we do all of this stuff. The next live stream is going to be tomorrow, 7 p.m. EST, same time, same place. I'm going to be here at the bar, but the cameras will be in slightly different positions. I'm going to be recording just a live stream, 2 hours, 7 to 9 p.m., answering questions, telling stories, and making drinks for you guys. So I hope to see you guys there. Until then, I don't have the time to raid somebody, so I'll see you all next time. Good night, everyone. Say good night, John Luke.
Good night.